Eward and Mike Salk.
Hello! All right, hello. Good morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show. Seattle Sports 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports application, and all the podcast platforms out there as well. It's a formal Friday. Does it feel like a Friday today for whatever reason? Doesn't really have like that full-on Friday vibe today.
Oh, really? I had one of those weeks where I thought Wednesday should have been Thursday, so this feels appropriate to me.
Yeah, all right. I don't know. It's not that it doesn't feel like the week has been long, because, my God, being stuck in this room with you people all week has been forever. Wow. No, I'm just kidding. But it does, I don't know. I don't have that, like, impending sense of joy that I sometimes get before the weekend. So we're going to work on that over the course of the morning. Maybe it was just everything I heard yesterday and all the sound we have to play for you guys today, and it's all just sort of confusing, and I'm not sure. I'm just not sure I understand a lot of the strategy and thought process and explanations or excuses, all of it. It just on like multiple fronts today. So I'm gonna do my best. So I have an old program director who told me, not to start off every show ranting and raving about things that make me mad. So I'm gonna do that.
Why you needed that advice?
It is weird. It's weird to think, but old B. Long, that was what he told me. It's like, hey man, it's a good club to have in your back, but you can't do that every day. You gotta save it for when it's really important, so that it has a little bit more impact. And he was right. He was absolutely right. So I'll spare you the ranting and raving today, at least to start the show. There's no promises it won't pop up a little bit later, but I thought I would read you. I saw this tweet, and I thought you guys might find it interesting. And yes, it's sort of a little trick. So I'm not going to try to trick you. The tweet says, their downfall last year was simple. They didn't score enough. This spring, they're emphasizing hitting with men in scoring position and pushing runs in any way they can. And they're having fun while doing it. Plus, two new guys excel at it. Short of maybe the last phrase about the two new guys, sounds like it could be about the Mariners, right? Doesn't that sound like something Ryan Divish could have written, or Shannon could have written, or Daniel Kramer could have written? Doesn't that sound like a headline for something they could have written this spring? Their downfall last year was simple. They didn't score enough runs. This spring, they're emphasizing hitting with men in scoring position and pushing runs in any way they can. And they're having fun while doing it. That was actually written by Susan Slusser, who has been covering the Giants, actually used to be the A's, but the Giants for quite some time, and it was about the San Francisco Giants, the team that plays in the ballpark that is most similar, I would say, to the Mariners. I know that there are other parks that sometimes depress runs more than San Francisco, but they're really high on the list. They have some of the same challenges in terms of the air and the wind and the weather and the dimensions, and like it's not an exact similarity, but of all of the ballparks out there, I would say the one that is most easily comped to Seattle is probably San Francisco. And the Giants are probably the team in a ballpark that suppresses runs that have done the best job over their tenure figuring out other ways to win, right? I mean, these guys won 3 World Series in 6 years, right? Just kind of doing it differently. A lot of speed, great bullpens, unbelievable starting pitching, and then guys that made a lot of contact and found ways to be aggressive in their own way. I found it interesting, at least, that they are employing some of the same strategy, some of the same thought process, and a lot of the same language that we are hearing out of the Mariners this offseason. They got a different person, a different new person in charge. It's Buster Posey, and Buster's sort of he's basically now their GM. He's leading their baseball operations staff, and he's moving in a direction that sounds awfully similar to the Mariners. I don't know if it's going to work in San Francisco, where they've struggled for a little while now. I don't know if it's going to work here in Seattle, but there sure does seem to be this pushback to some of the analytical data. I know that Justin Hollander disagreed with me when we talked about that down in spring training. I understand where he's coming from, and I like and respect Justin quite a bit. But I'm still going to kind of disagree with him, especially when I hear things, and we'll talk a little bit more about it after, 6:45 or so. But especially when I hear things like Luke Raley is going to be getting more bats against lefties. I mean, you're just at that point straight up ignoring what analytics, what numbers, what statistics, what all of the information age has gathered over the last 30 years of digging into this stuff. And it doesn't take like a lot of work. It just takes like a quick glance at his baseball reference page. He's very good against righties. He's very bad against lefties. That's pretty much it. Like that's kind of the end of that conversation. So I'm curious to see how some of this stuff is going to work. You know what's funny? There are certain things that you sort of just take on faith. Maybe the last 10, 15, 20 years of political discourse in this country has changed that, and I think that's fair. But like I just sort of take it for granted, even though I've never seen the math, and I'm sure Aaron Rodgers would come and tell me to do my own research, that it does make more sense that somebody's figured out the mathematics behind not playing for one run, not sacrificing, not doing the little things to play for one run, and instead playing for the big inning. I'm assuming that somewhere, I could find research that says, well, when you bunt or when you sacrifice, you have X percent of chance that it doesn't work anyway. And then when you multiply that times the number of times it does work, but then you still can't get the player in, et cetera, versus all of the lost opportunity cost from, trying to play for 3, 4, 5 runs, which you can do if you continue to hit away. I'm assuming someone's done that math and that it worked out. What I don't know is how close it is. I'd be curious to know what the actual margin is. And I'm going to spend some time this weekend trying to figure that out. I ran out of time last night. I'm sorry. But it's on my mind. I'm just giving you guys like a little look into the process rather than just the final result today. Do you know that research, Lyle? I mean, you're steadfast. I hate bunting. I don't like sacrificing, et cetera. Have you ever seen the research?
Behind bunting versus not bunting? I mean, I've looked into it a little bit, but there's a reason bunting's gotten phased out in the game of baseball.
Understand. I'm not arguing for it. I'm just kind of curious because I've never actually seen what those numbers say. I've sort of taken it on faith. I would be curious to look and see what it is. And I one of the challenges I think that the Mariners may have, and again, I know that this isn't just going to be an all bunting season, but if they're going to be playing for the one run, going to be trying to, as the Giants called it, pushing runs in any way they can, which to me sure sounds like a nod towards the things that have been taboo in baseball for the last, couple decades. Can the guys actually do it? I know Luke Raley can bunt. I think I know Victor Robles can bunt. But after that, like, there's this whole idea of, like, are guys even good at this anymore?
No, they don't practice it. This is half my issue, too. You're wasting time's a little bit of a hard phrase, but with guys that aren't bunting, if you're having them bunt, what's the point?
I don't know. I think that's part of the question. I think that's some of the curiosity around this season of, like, how is this actually going to work? At the end of last year, Dan came in and it was, pedal to the metal, final sprint, trying to see if you could dig yourself out of the huge hole. Can you get to the playoffs? Every night matters. Every at bat counts, right? The marathon is done and it's the sprint at the end. How do you make it all happen? And it worked, right? Obviously, they hit well. They struck out less. They did kind of, the bullpen came back together. A lot of things really worked well for them at the end of the season, which was great. Part of the curiosity around this season, and we're now inside of a week, like a week from today, I'm going to be on here right now, literally 1 week from today, this time, talking about how the Mariners fared on opening night. Crazy. We're that close. And I have been, look, I know that there's frustration around the offseason and what was done, or more accurately, what was not done. All that stuff's still fair. All still goes. But now it's like, again, go time. I want to see how it plays out. There's just the curiosity factor. Are they going to be stealing every chance they have? Are we going to see a hit and run, which I don't think we've seen in Seattle literally in a decade, because Scott thought that they were the devil's work? Are we going to see the platoons end? Are we going to see Dylan Moore against righties? Are we going to see Luke Raley against lefties? What is the infield defense going to look like? What does it look like with Robles, kind of trying to turn around or continue what he did last year? I don't know, there's like a lot of really cool parts that despite a lot of the familiarity, still seem new and interesting to me about this season. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm at this morning, thinking a little bit about the Mariners. In fact, a lot of the first hour of the show is going to be Mariners related, and maybe it's just to keep me from playing the DK Metcalf sound and getting annoyed. Maybe it's just to keep me from playing the John Schneider sound from yesterday where he talks about why he couldn't possibly sign any of the 9 offensive linemen that have been available this offseason. Maybe it's just helpful for that. Maybe that's just helpful. Maybe it's good for everybody. But you guys should probably hear that sound. And I'll play it in Need to Know next.
We are the home of the Mariners.
Big news, by God. We're excited to announce a multi-year partnership extension between the Seattle Mariners and Seattle Sports / Bonneville Seattle. So all Mariner games will continue to be heard on our platforms, including 7:10 a.m. The legend that is Rick Riz.
We couldn't be happier on behalf of the Seattle Mariners. We love the fact that we're going to be back on 710 Seattle Sports. Thank you so much. We're thrilled.
On Seattle Sports
And the Seattle Sports app.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Something amazing is happening in data management. Even though storage needs are constantly changing, companies are only paying for what they need now. That's because CDW customized a Pure Storage Evergreen One SLA-driven storage as a service solution that delivers enterprise-grade hybrid cloud storage that is effortless, efficient, and evergreen. Simplify storage administration with Pure Storage and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/purestorage.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and switch to the expensive shampoo with amino acids. Sure, you don't know what those are or why you need them, but it sounds very impressive. And if you switch and save hundreds, you can massage it into your scalp every day. Now, if only you can get people to lean toward your head to smell those aminos. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shampoo, Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary. We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims, like Bobby, who was hurt riding the bus.
The bus made a left turn, and the scooter that I was on overturned. Ended up having surgery on my back. So I knocked on the door of Warrior Injury Law, and I thought if anyone could help me with my situation, they could, and they did. They everyday people who work for everyday people. I would recommend this company over all the rest.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only. Getting a new battery should be easy. At Pacific Power Batteries, you won't go in with a battery problem and come out with a new transmission. Instead, we can test your battery to see if it's actually the problem. Maybe it's the alternator. We don't sell alternators, so we have no motivation to sell you one or even a new transmission. We have load testers and conductance testers, hydrometers and voltmeters whenever needed. I'm Steve Almond, and I invite you to our family-owned Pacific Power Batteries. You can trust us with any battery problem, and we'll top off the blinker fluid for free.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, Tevin Jenkins signed in Cleveland yesterday, and thus ends the great guard chase of 2025. Conversations about interior offensive linemen like Dahlman, Kelly, Tooney, Fries, Becton, Bradbury, Zeitler, Jenkins, and the Seahawks ended up with... Drum roll? Where's my drum roll? Oh, no, I didn't ask for one. None of them. You don't need a drum roll for it. They didn't get any of those players. A lot of good reasons why each of those players represented a risk, a problem, or an impossibility. But here we are, and there were, 6, 7, 8, 9 impact players available at the position, which was of enormous need. And the Seahawks, once again, end up with none of them. John Schneider, joining Wyman and Bob yesterday, explains.
It's really a combination. The draft is strong. It feels like a really nice group. You know, we like the guys we drafted last year, the younger guys that we have in that room, and our coaches. We're excited to come here and work with those guys as well. Saw an upside in them. And then also, we're at a point in free agency now where guys are we're in phase 2 really quick. And so you're figuring out, guys are trying to figure out what their market value is. And, some of the agents have promised a guy that they'll make at least, call it $8 million a year, or whatever, $5 million a year. And the market's not telling them that. So now we're at a point where it's like, okay, guys go and visit places. And, we had, like I said, several guys in here this week. We had probably 5 guys in this week. We'll have another guy in this weekend. And then, have the docs spend time with them and keep negotiating with the agent.
And I appreciate that. It just, when you list all of the names that have either signed or been traded or in some way are on a new team this year, it is a little frustrating to see that you're now onto a group that is generally thought of to be below that group in terms of talent and what they have left, et and John did mention that they like the guys they have. He went into a little bit more detail.
And that's what was great about these guys coming in, Rick Dennison and JB, and they know exactly what they want, and they like our guys, and they're like, that guy's not better than this guy. We want to work with this guy. As Mike, as you guys have heard him say before, like that's the number one quality in a coach is like teaching and getting the best out of people and developing. It was very exciting that they were excited about our guys.
I'm sure it was. I'm sure that was an awesome moment. There are a few players remaining. I think they would qualify more as backups or lower-level starters, so probably means the team is going to rely on the draft and, as John said, the new coaching staff to improve the players that are already on the roster. Certainly, it's a strategy that the Mariners are trying as well. I hope it works. Because the worst thing would be for the rest of this roster, and I like so much of what they've done, to be undone once again by an offensive line that just cannot protect the quarterback and can't open up enough holes for a running game that's awfully important to their strategy.
Here's the second thing you need to
All
know.
right, meanwhile, DK Metcalf is starting to tell his side of the story of why he left. He appeared on the Get Got podcast with Mike Robb and Marshawn Lynch. According to DK, the changes in the coaching style were a part of it. He was not wild about Ryan Grubb and said he wasn't a great listener, ignored input from him and from Tyler Lockett. Here's the story behind it.
On that particular day, we were playing 49ers. They got this DB I've been going against since he was with we came in together. He plays for played with the Giants, so I went against him twice already. And then he was with the 49ers. So I'm like, okay, on third down, you have to run past him early because they're just going to sit at the sticks. On 3rd and 4, we call all hitches. Like, that's not running past him. Like, you have to scare people. Exactly.
Yeah.
He's waiting on it. So when he sat and knocked the ball down, I come to the sideline like, let me just get the headset. Maybe he don't need to hear it from you, or he may have missed the text. So I said, Grubb, can we please run by the guys? Like, they are sitting at the sticks on 3rd down. Like, in order to open up the underneath stuff, they got to be threading deep first. And that was the last week me and Locke did that. That was the last week me and Locke did any extra game plan.
Because it wasn't used. I'm putting in all this work, bro. We're the starters, too. It ain't like we just some slaps.
All right, so you kind of get the story there where he and Lockett felt like they offered suggestions to Grubb, who didn't listen to them. And after that, they're like, well, if you're not going to listen to the suggestions and then your plan was wrong, not going to keep giving you suggestions. And I'm sure there's an element of that is absolutely true. A little curious that you would still want out after he was, I mean, they fired Grubb. They already fired him. They moved on. So, I see how that was a relevant part of his frustration.
Well, he also goes on to talk about how a bunch of them that had been there since 2019 felt like outsiders. So, like, this might have just been one element of it, and everything stacked up.
I don't know. This part makes sense to me. The outsider part, I don't know. I don't know whether I'm fully buying that. You also swung a helmet at a teammate. So, like, there's more to this story than Ryan Grubb didn't listen to you one day when you said that you weren't, interested in running one type of route instead of another. I'm sure that this will continue to unravel and come out over the course of the next few weeks and months.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Mariners will get back to it after an off day yesterday. Split squad action at Kansas City and home against the Reds, and they will have Logans starting in both games. How about that? Evans on the road, Gilbert at home. So a pair of Logans starting today for the Mariners. Just 6 days now before opening day. Wait on the last couple of roster decisions. Rowdy Tellez or Mitch Haniger? Well, Rowdy Tellez going to join us at 7:30 this morning. Have you read Rowdy Tellez's Wikipedia page? It is a wild ride. He has a very interesting life. I am awfully excited to talk to him about it at 7:30. Then Leo Rivas or Miles Mastrobuoni is probably the other question mark in the last few spots in the pen. We'll see how all of that goes. Tournament, local action. Gonzaga beats Georgia yesterday. Husky women lose a heartbreaker to Columbia. And then, as we mentioned, news coming out yesterday that the Celtics had been sold for $6.1 billion. Obviously, that was one of the dominoes that needed to fall in order to start talking about expansion again in the NBA. Samantha Holloway, who is the daughter of David Bonnerman and the current owner of the Kraken, released this note yesterday saying, "We understand today's news will pique the interest of NBA fans in Seattle. As we've said before, our ownership group is ideally positioned for an NBA team with Climate Pledge Arena and the incredible fans in Seattle, but we will always be respectful of the commissioner's process and timeline," which is essentially what they've been saying since the very beginning, right? That's been the LiWiki phrase, Oakview Group phrase. It's what they said about the NBA. It's what they said about the NHL. It's one of the reasons that I think they differentiated themselves from Chris Hansen, that and, the ability to actually get something built. All of those things, played a role. So I think this is still really good news for Sonics fans, but it's still going to take a little bit of time, and this group is still the one that I would bet on getting it done. That is a lot, but that's everything you need to know, and we do that quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Let's see. Wow, shocking that a GM who has struggled to get the offensive line right for over a decade likes his picks and thinks they need to focus on coaching and development. Yeah, I think there's an element of that. I do. I think there's an element, or could be anyway, of like, hey, I drafted these guys. I think they're good. And we'll play some other sound. John makes some pretty good points about it. He may very well be right. may very well be right that the coaching has not been as good as it needs to be to get the offensive line to a spot where they've got it. Totally agree. Development's not been there. But can't you do both? Can't you develop better and spend more resources on it? Just do both of those things. I don't know why it has to be one or the other. Just do both. That seems like the best plan to me. All right, coming up, we are under a week from opening day. Shannon Drayer has a tremendous pulse of what's going on with this team, some of the last few roster spots, and some confusing roster manipulation. Curious to see how this all works. Stick around. You'll hear it next on Brock and Salk.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
God, Julio, home run!
Opening day is just 6 days away.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from Soto all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet plus one unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Choose Syntec full synthetic motor oil designed for today's engines exclusively at your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing, and they have got the perfect slogan. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset, and I witnessed this firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and again when I had him do work on my roof. Now this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing because you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing. Excellence is on the house.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime.
Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Hey, partner, what's one word that comes to mind when truck month rolls around at West Hills Autoplex?
Well, that's easy. Work, play, push, pull, haul, tow, trails, snow, Ford, Chevy, Ram, GMC, Toyota, trucks and trucks and trucks and...
Celebrate Truck Month at the West Hills Autoplex, just off the Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3, Bremerton, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
Hazelwood has it.
Trucks and trucks and trucks.
What's up, everyone? It's me, the Mariners Gatorade Cooler, and I wouldn't trade my view from the dugout for anything. Watching Logan Gilbert mid-shutout, taking a breather right beside me, he is calm, collected, and fully locked in. Keep it coming, Walter.
Swing and a miss. Logan Gilbert, 6 straight strikeouts.
And Victor Robles, running by me with a trident in hand. I'm getting chills just thinking about it. And that's not just because I'm filled with ice.
How about Victor Robles? It landed all the way to the second deck.
And when Cal walks it off, oh, you know what time it is.
A walk-off grand slam for Cal Raleigh.
It's celebration time, and they never see me coming. Mariners baseball, Trident Sun.
Don't miss Mariners opening day next week. Lock in your seats for Thursday, March 27th, and check out all the festivities on the first homestand, including Randy Arozarena Cross-Armed Hoodie Night, Friday, March 28th, and Julio Bat Flip Bobble Giveaway, Monday, March 31st to Wednesday, April 2nd. Get your tickets at mariners.com. Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Let's see. Yeah, the Mariners are getting close, man. We're a week away, Brock. We are 1 week away from opening day. That sounds kind of nice to hear, doesn't it? Right? Getting that much closer to watching baseball. I was over at the park yesterday. The grass is looking good. The field is bounced back after all of the off-season stuff that they had and the enchant stuff over Christmas and all of it. So yeah, that looked good. And then the food was
how green was the grass, Michael?
Pretty green.
Was it pretty green?
Pretty green.
Good. How was the batter's eye? Did you get down there and
I didn't
take a
check
look?
that out. It seemed a little off center, but that's just me, just from my angle. I don't know, from the press club. Shannon Drayer joins us from Peoria. Shannon, you got to start coming back early for this food event. I'd never been to the debuting the food event. It was unbelievable yesterday.
And neither have I, because every reporter that spends the most time around them is out of town every single year that they do that thing.
I know.
Not mad, not bitter, not jealous, not angry.
A lot of influencers there, Shannon. Big influencer thing. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
But the food was great, and I will say that I think the sumo dogs were probably the highlight. Tremendous. Really, really good. So that's something to look for this year.
Sounds complicated.
No, it was good. Anyway, let's dig in. Let's dig into what's going on down there. And we'll just start kind of broadly. We feeling about ready for this team to head home?
I think so. I mean, you definitely, I'd say for the last week, almost been in that spot about where everybody feels like, let's just go play. It's time to go. But there is work that needs to get done. And I think the thing that jumps out the most at me, and it usually means next to nothing because, just kind of strange magic happens when you get on a plane and fly back to Seattle and all of a sudden everything looks different and it's not spring training anymore. But it does seem like there are definitely some guys that are not locked in at the plate, but there are guys that are feeling pretty good at the plate right now, which is nice to see. And then the pitching is the pitching. All you want to do is bubble wrap it and send it north. There haven't been a lot of decisions that have needed to be made. There will be a couple. But other than that, it just feels like it's time for real games.
A player or two, Shannon, that has helped himself the most this month in Peoria?
Ryan Bliss would probably be at the top of that list. He comes in, and I would say unfairly, I think I look at Ryan Bliss last year, I look at Tyler Locklear. Neither one of them got very long looks. and it takes a while when you're breaking into the big leagues. So to see both of them, quite frankly, go into the offseason, make some improvements, come back and have a good showing has been good. But I think that Ryan Bliss has really kind of separated himself a little bit and maybe forced the question, is he just going to be an occasional player at second base? And perhaps even force the question is, would it benefit the team more to have Dylan Moore in the utility spot that he is more accustomed to move around and plant Ryan Bliss at second and play him more, or to kind of go with what was the original plan, start with Dylan there, give him some runway, and see where that goes. So I think that's going to be intriguing. But with Bliss, we've seen him do some things with the bat, and I'll say that, the strikeouts were down early, starting to come up a little bit more as the pitching gets a little bit tougher. The glove, you've seen times when you just shake your head on a routine play, and why doesn't he catch that? Why does he drop that? We've also seen him make some spectacular plays, and we've seen him also, get a little bit more consistent towards the end. So I would say if you're looking at them right now, defensively, I'm going to feel better about your Gold Glover at second base. In Dylan Moore, Ryan Bliss has taken some strides. As we all know, Dylan has not done much with the bat down here, although a few more hits in the last few games, and Bliss has been fairly consistent with that. So I think that's kind of a tough question, and I do think Dylan's versatility and comfort with that position comes into play as well.
Rowdy Tellez going to make this opening day roster?
I think there's a good chance that he does. Nobody has received more starts at first base than he has this spring. And he's played, showed that he's comfortable there. He's played quite a bit there in his career. He fits a need in that they kind of need a left-handed player off of the bench. And I think he's been what you have expected him to be at the plate, behind the scenes. Obviously a good veteran teammate. The guys really like him. He's comfortable where he's at. I do think he's got a good chance to do it. It's kind of tough to get him. It's a strange roster. We've talked about this before. There's so many things that are up in the air, and what is your real need? And a lot that plays into that is, how much is Jorge Polanco going to be able to play at third base to start? Who are you going to end up? You have a lot of candidates that you could put into that DH spot. Who do you need to put into that DH spot? Do you need to leave it open for Polanco, who needs to continue to learn the position, and we've seen some good things in the last couple of days, but also has been one of the most comfortable at the plate hitters since the day he picked up the bat down here. And it really kind of leaves you wondering, and not wondering too much because it was clear that it was happening, but how much was that leg affecting him at the plate? So I think just so many questions to be answered and just how it all fits together. But I think Rowdy has shown what he needs to show to prove that he could be of help if they can get him on that roster.
Have we seen Solano much in the field?
Yeah.
Have we?
Yeah, and mostly at third base. And okay. I would say we haven't seen Dylan a lot at third, but I would say that Solano has probably looked like the most reliable third baseman out there. And again, you've got to give Polanco time. Our assumption was he'd be splitting time at first. We've rarely seen him over there. And it is feeling more and more like they are going to let Luke Raley bat against left-handed pitching. So it's, as I said, the pieces and who they're going to be are fine, but how they all fit together and how that's going to play out even on a daily basis is going to be interesting.
Was that a soft eye roll or a hard eye roll?
It's just
what was that?
Why?
No, I said, what was that? Was that a hard eye roll?
I'm now asking why. Why is Luke Raley going to hit against left-handed pitching? Why?
Really?
Why?
Shannon, why?
Shannon,
really?
Well, yeah, why? I don't understand. What would be the reasoning for that?
You've seen a lot of left-handed pitching down here. I mean, we saw that he was able to just, kind of flat out hit at the end of last season. And I think there's some intrigue because he's never really been allowed to. He's never really been given that runway. And he is somebody that I think you have to remember with Luke Raley is very young in this game. I talked about Locklear and Bliss needing to get opportunities. I think it is probably worth a look at Raley with a little bit of a longer look at lefties to see if perhaps he really is an everyday player. When he came over here, the thought was that he could be, possibly. He got off to a miserable start, but when he turned things around, he was one of their most valuable hitters. And so if he looks like he is comfortable at the plate right now, he is going good at the plate, and that includes a lot of lefties, which is rare to get, it's a roll of the dice what you're going to see down here, but he's been getting them. And I think, Dan Wilson also favors something closer to an everyday lineup. I think he's worth that look.
Salk hasn't quite put the Ebenezer's on, but he's, I think, typing away at his ball numbers. You're not even going to look at it.
No, numbers don't matter anymore. It's fine. No reason to look at numbers. You just go with the gut.
Oh, Shanny, how is Furious George doing? Has he been able to pick up a baseball?
Unless he kind of snuck one yesterday. We've seen him with a football, and that's about it. Today's an off day, and that might have been a day where perhaps they took him out and did something, but so far, no. And you know what? There's no hurry here. From everything that we understand and talking to George briefly and talking to, pitching coaches and whatnot, everything looks like it's okay right here. He did have the injection. He's getting ready to throw. And they, with what Emerson has done and the fact that there is an entire season ahead of you, there is no need to rush anything. And then, if it does take a little bit longer with him, the benefit may be you get him back at the end of the season, or he's got a little something extra at the end of the season where hopefully those games are more meaningful than ever. So, George obviously wants to get out there, but there is no push that he absolutely has to, he's got to be back within 2 weeks. We're not going to see that. I don't think we're going to see that because his spring training has been wiped out. They told us on March 7th that he was being shut down, but his previous outing, I believe, was 9 days before that. So he only made one spring training outing and 1 2-inning spring training outing. So he needs to be built up.
Hey, so I spent some time, this is for the baseball dorks, I spent some time yesterday trying to figure out what this roster looks like. 26 people, right? 13 bats, 13 arms. And it looks like you got just a couple of spots where you got to choose one or the other. One is probably that DH spot, and that is either Rowdy Tellez or Mitch Haniger, and maybe Haniger's making that easy by being hurt. But just asking you, it sounds like you think Tellez is on the roster. And then the next one would be your other utility infielder, Mastrobuoni versus Rivas. Seems to me that would be Rivas's job. What do you think?
I would think that, but I think we've seen Mastrobuoni getting more playing time, so that's tough. What I would say is Rivas is probably your best shortstop option. And, you want to have that close by, particularly if you are planting Dylan Moore at second base. But if he's with Tacoma, you can get him quickly. So, if they are intrigued by what they see from Mastrobuoni, then, you could start there. They're very similar in that, except that Mastrobuoni you can put in the outfield, made some nice plays in center field. Rivas you feel the best about at shortstop. And I like Rivas. I kind of think they might be leaning a little bit towards Mastrobuoni, knowing that they will go to Rivas at some time. I think it's kind of a toss-up at this point. Neither one of them is going to do much with the bat. Neither one of them has had a very long look again at the major league level. So I think that's a tough call.
And then at the back end of the bullpen, or not the back end, but in the bullpen, the last few spots, if you assume Munoz, Santos, Thornton, Spire, Snyder, the last 3 spots, 2 of which will eventually be taken by Brash and Taylor. Am I looking at Saucedo, Legumina, Bizzardo as your last 3?
Maybe. Definitely Saucedo, Legumina. They could roll the dice on Carlos Vargas, who is out of options. They like the stuff, but again, he is a command person. Jesse Hahn's name has come up a couple of times. Kind of a dependable veteran. Has had a pretty good spring. Fujinama is one that everybody just looks at and is like, my gosh, if you can harness this, it's something. I believe they can send him to the minors, so you don't have to worry about that, but that'll be a name to continue to keep an eye on. I think it's going to come down to the decision on Vargas being out of options, Bizzardo, and perhaps Hahn. And, of course, there's always the chance they can pick up somebody at the end. So, that spot is very much not locked down and still very much a question mark.
The real question is Shanny ready? Like, it's a clock, you've got this clock in the back of your head, too. How many spring trainings? Like 10, 12, 18? How many?
20. 2003 was my first. No, 2002. 2002. Yeah, so 87.
Let's call them 20-something spring trainings. Is your clock ticking? You ready to go?
Yeah, it's funny because it used to be you never want to leave the sunshine and all of that. Somewhere along the line, you pick up the players thinking uncertain things, and that's one of them. It's like, let's go. It's time to see what this really is.
Yeah. Wait till you come back here and you see the weather and everything. You're going to be like, let's go again. Let's go back. Let's head right back to Arizona. I don't want to be here anymore. I'm good.
I took a peek at that, and that's just going to be a shock for everybody.
Just terrible, Shannon. It's just terrible. It really is. It's bad. All right, last thing. Just because I've been so interested in him all spring, how's my guy Randy Arozarena doing? What are we going to see from Randy this year?
I think you'll see what we saw last year, and that you're never quite sure what you're going to see as a player that you just have to keep your eyes on. He does things differently. It started slow with the bat, and really not even over the last few days. I'd say over the last week, the at-bats have looked better, and the contact has looked better, and Dan Wilson has signaled him out as somebody that is really kind of coming along on, they're reinforcing. It's not anything new in the approach that they're telling him as far as baseball goes and things to do. I do think this time last year they were being asked to do things differently, but the up-the-middle approach that they're wanting them, the two-strike and whatnot, I do think that he is, Dan was happy with what he was seeing with him being a little bit more up the middle, a little bit more focused in what he is doing at the plate. So I think that he's getting to a good place, but, he's a player that you just don't know. And he's a player that, quite honestly, was coming off a season last year that had big question marks. We laugh because he's fun to watch and he can do some great things on the field. But, is he somebody that is going to kind of continue on a slow, steady downward trend that you've seen, since he was with the Rays? Or is he somebody that's going to plateau and perhaps they are going to be able to bring some things out of him? We're going to have to wait and see. It's our first spring with him, so we don't know. But very much Randy Arozarena, but seeing some very positive things with the bat the last week.
Well, we miss you, Shannon. We are looking forward to having you back, also because it means it's the start of baseball season, and that is exciting. And it does hold the promise of what is to come, weather-wise and sports-wise and everything else. So looking forward to seeing you opening day a week away. All of our time with Shannon is powered by Pacific Lamp and Supply. And Shannon, we will talk soon. Thank you.
We're getting there. Thanks, guys.
All right, Shannon Drayer, and I should tell you guys, the countdown is on, obviously, to opening day. You could be there March 27th for all the festivities, including a ceremonial first pitch from the one and only Ichiro. Special platinum gold glove presentations for Cal and Dylan Moore. Don't miss out. Grab your opening day tickets today at mariners.com. And then there's like a whole week warm-up fan fest deal that starts on Sunday. There's opening week series, right? The Mariners and A's. And then, there's a Randy Arozarena crossed arm hoodie night. And that's also college night, all on Friday. All right. So I got a text here. Salk must really miss Scott and his analytics and only playing matchups. Rayleigh's a big league hitter and deserves a shot.
Oh,
all right.
No.
Well, let's just look at the numbers. Rayleigh is a big league hitter. He had a great year last year, by the way.
Well, that's not what I'm talking about. He had a great year.
I know.
But I know
we're
what this
getting
guy's
there.
referencing.
We're getting there, Lyle. You don't jump to the end. We got to start at the beginning. First, let's say this. Luke Rayleigh had a great year last year. He really did. I was looking at his numbers, partly because of this conversation. And of the 6 months of the season, in 2 of them, he was great. In 2 of them, he was bad. In 2 of them, he was great. And in 2 of them, he was spectacular. He had like 2 months in and around a 500 to 600 OPS. Not great. Bad. 2 months in the 8 to 900 range. Great. And then 2 months that were like above 900 or even 1,000, which is elite player in baseball. That's the season that Luke Rayleigh has. A great year he had last year. It really was.
Just who he is. He's a super streaky player. You probably have to accept there's going to be points of the year where he gets really, really cold, and then there's times he gets really hot.
But for 4 of the 6 months, he was hot, which is great. And for 2 of those months, he was essentially best player in baseball hot.
Yeah.
That's how good Luke Rayleigh can be at times, which is great. And I think shows you that's a pretty good trade. Giving away Caballero, essentially a swing backup middle infielder, in order to get Luke Rayleigh, that's a pretty good deal. And he provides the flexibility to play, obviously, the outfield, first base. A lot of cool stuff about Luke Rayleigh. Great trade. But I don't know what you're talking about that he should start hitting lefties. I mean, just looking at the numbers, in his career, He has a 575 OPS against lefties. That's horrendous. That's a horrendous number. And if the argument is, yeah, but he started doing it well last year, he was actually worse last year. He had a 570 OPS against lefties. I know there's an argument that you can't do it unless you do it. You can't get better at hitting lefties unless you hit lefties. But he's done it enough in his career that I think we know he's not a good hitter against lefties.
No, 3 separate organizations have said you don't hit left-handed pitching.
Right. I don't know what else needs to be decided there. Now, maybe he'll come out this year and rake against lefties, and we will eat our words happily. That would be awesome. But I was very surprised to hear Shannon say that, because it just doesn't make a tremendous amount of sense to allow a guy who's really struggled to hit lefties hit against them when you don't need to.
That's what I don't get. Because Shannon also said, well, he was hitting toward the end of the year, and that's true. His September as a whole was unreal. But I looked up what he did against lefties.
In September?
Well, I actually did it since the middle of August.
So once he got really hot. Yeah.
You're just like the final 6, 7-ish weeks of the year. Super small sample, however. 472 OPS against left-handed pitching from August 15th till the end of the year.
And that was when he had those 2 months were the best 2 months of his season.
Yeah.
I mean, he had essentially 1,000 OPS for those 2 months. So that was entirely built on his right-handed, hitting against righties, because even then he didn't hit against lefties well.
I just don't get it, because he had such a great year last year. By playing the outfield, he could swing in at first when he was needed, and he hit right-handed pitching. And now the notion is you're going to play him all the time at first base, where I don't think he looks very comfortable, and hit him against lefties.
Yeah, it does feel that's a great point you make, Lyle. And you just kind of look I think that's what kind of got me yesterday listening to Shannon. It feels like you're putting a lot of guys in a position that doesn't maximize who they are. There's just like a lot of compromises, right? The best version of Luke Raley is a guy who plays the outfield, fills in at first base, and mashes right-handed pitching. Well, you're asking him to play first base a lot and hit against lefties. The best version of Jorge Polanco is either a DH at this stage of his career or playing second base. Well, you're going to ask him to play third. The best version of Dylan Moore is to have him as a utility guy who plays all over the diamond and a lot in the outfield and utilize his speed and his ability to occasionally pinch hit or pinch run and use this. Like, there's a very specific skill set that Dylan Moore's excellent at. But you're going to ask him to play second base every day, including potentially hitting against righties. Like, how many more of these do we need to go through?
I mean, I hate to do it, and I know he's your guy, but I'm going to throw Randy into this, too, because his last 2 years in the outfield have been basically a disaster.
That's
he should
fair.
be a DH.
But but he hasn't done that. It's not like he's had a ton of success as a DH, and then somebody's decided to turn him into an outfielder. At least he's just still an outfielder. I'm not arguing your point. Your point is still a good one, and it's something we'll watch over the course of the year. But you're right. They just feel like there are a lot of compromises, and they may all work. I mean, that'd be great. Raley might hit against lefties, right? Dylan Moore might turn out that he just needed the opportunity and let him play every day. He's going to be great. Maybe Polanco, injected some sort of a superhuman arm strength into his arm, and now he can start throwing the ball across the diamond better than he could from second base. But these things are really, really, really challenging to imagine.
Yeah, and even if you try it for 3 to 4 weeks with Raley and then decide he can't do it, well, that could be the difference between a playoff spot.
Yeah. So we'll see. I don't know what else to say today other than that, because we're a week away, not even. And starting a week from this morning, we'll be talking through how these things work. They're just, they're new, they're unfamiliar. That doesn't mean they can't work. Sometimes that's exactly, look, the old thing wasn't exactly working either. So I'm up for trying some new things. But those few, I think that there's some level of evidence that you're asking people to do things that take them away from maybe what's made them successful in the past. And I would say Polanco, Moore, and Raley are the three that I got my eye on. I hope all three of them are able to adjust to that. And if not, the good news is I think they've got some really good backup plans right? I do think Ben Williamson can come up and play third base and move Polanco back to second, which moves Dylan Moore back into being a utility guy, which, like, I do think they can kind of move some things around in order to make that work. Maybe we see Tyler Locklear more this year than we were expecting, and he can play some first base. I mean, all those things are certainly possible, and I'm just going to guess or hope that if things don't go the right way, we see some of that sooner rather than later. All right. First Sherm, now Marshawn, DK, and Mike Robb. They all agree on one thing. So are they right? It's next on Brock and Salk.
When you're on the pitch clock and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcasts on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
Dan Wilson's the new skipper.
This is a window. This is a time where we can get it done, and that's the vision for this club.
Find us on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
Holy smokes!
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Mariners.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
On March 28th,
a 19-year-old girl was kidnapped. I'm going to bring her home.
Jason Statham is a working man.
Where's the girl? You a cop? You wish I was a cop.
From the director of The Beekeeper.
This is human trafficking.
When you do this, you better go full on.
Is that a grenade?
Yep.
You ain't a cop. You're a working man.
That's right. Time to get to work.
A working man. Rated R. Under 17. Not admitted without parent. Only in theaters March 28th.
You think your home is pretty cool until that summer heat hits, and suddenly your home isn't that cool. In fact, it's hot. Air conditioning from Washington Energy Services can help. Stay cool this summer with our biggest spring savings event ever. This month only, take up to $4,000 off an energy-efficient brine cooling system with exclusive Washington Energy rebates. Ensure your home is always the cool house with air conditioning from Washington Energy Services. Contact us today for a free estimate.
Mr. K's Construction reminds parents to enroll your kids in a positive youth program. Sports, hobbies, and community activities improve overall health and performance in school. These programs decrease drug use and violence and develop self-discipline and leadership skills. Let's team together this year to help our kids reach their full potential. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Mr. K's Construction, committed to making your home and our community beautiful since 1977.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For over 55 years, you've trusted us for roofing, siding, windows, decking, and gutters. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors.
I juggle a lot. And managing constipation with belly pain from my irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, with laxatives and fiber isn't enough. My doctor recommended a way to get ahead of it. Then I said yes to Linzess.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, T-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready! And
get ready for the workday.
Michelle Smallman here. Are you dreaming of seeing your team draft their next superstar? Travel Wisconsin is sending 10 lucky fans and a guest to the draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Witness unforgettable moments and make memories that will last a lifetime. Don't miss out. Enter Travel Wisconsin's Dream Draft Sweepstakes. Visit travelwisconsin.com/draft to learn how you can win a trip to experience the biggest moment of the offseason. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get his freaking head up!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Hal and I were just trying to come up with the best infield, the best defense, the best way of using the resources that you have in this Mariners team. And I think we might have settled on a different deployment of the players. If I understand what we were just talking through, maybe we've gone too far and we're just crazy. We were talking about essentially playing Polanco at first, Bliss at second, JP at short, and Dylan Moore at third, with Randy Arozarena DHing and Luke Raley in left. Is that right?
Yeah, I can't totally buy into Polanco at first, but around that idea.
I think that might be the best defensive group you could put out there. But it's interesting. Almost all of those people are going to be in different spots than the ones we were talking about. Anyway, just a thought. You can talk through it and think about it on your own time. First Sherm, now DK, Marshawn, Mike, Rob, everybody seems to be upset about the Seahawks specifically not letting veterans finish their careers here in Seattle. Is it fair or is it myopic? Let's examine, and I'll start by playing a little bit of DK, who was on the Get Got podcast, the Get Got podcast with Marshawn and Mike Robb, and he talks about kind of how they felt last year, he and Tyler Lockett.
Well, we felt it throughout the whole season. So Locke been there since 2019, since my rookie year, and since 2019, it was me, him, Gino, and Jay Reed. Those were the only four. Well, and Mike Dixon and J-Mon. But we were the only 6 people left from that 2019 team. The team that beat the 49ers, or the team that felt actually that real camaraderie in the building. Yeah. And now when you start switching out OCs and switching out head coaches, you start getting different messages from what you're used to. Like, we didn't go in there screaming, always compete anymore, or the Pete messages were gone.
Completely gone.
So now it's just 6 outsiders.
All right, that's fair. I don't actually really have a problem with that. I actually also really appreciate how he brings up the 2 specialists, the kicker and the punter, and kind of throws them in there. I thought that was nice. It was a nice little nod to Mike Dixon and Myers. That was nice. But I don't know. I'm sure that was frustrating for him. I'm not anti-DK. As I've told you guys many times, like I kind of get that.
Well, when you hear him say OCs, you realize that he's been there since 2019. He had 3.
Yeah. He had 3 different offensive coordinators. This would have been a 4th if he had stuck around, right? And, yeah, he was here for Schottenheimer, right? He was here for Shane Waldron. He was here last year for Ryan Grubb. We played some sound earlier. Obviously, that's not like the world's greatest relationship. And he would have been here for Kubiak. So it would have been his 4th offensive coordinator to go with his 3rd quarterback and his now 2nd head coach. Like, yeah, that's a lot of turnover. There's no doubt. And if that was one of the reasons why he was like, you know what, I just got to get out of here. I need stability. I just need to know same thing every day. I think that's a totally fair point of view. Like, I just don't believe that this is a stable enough environment. I want the same thing. I want to know what to expect. And honestly, he may very well get that in Pittsburgh. I mean, they don't have a quarterback. It's a bit of a challenge.
I mean, it's funny. Najee Harris was on a podcast now that he's with the Chargers talking about how they had no offensive identity last year and they were confused too. So he might not get what he's looking for, but it's like you said, it's fair that would be annoying.
I think so. I totally, if I'm trying to put myself in his shoes, it'd be kind of fun for a lot of different reasons. But yeah, like I get it. I think that part really makes sense to me. But when they go on and start sort of saying, yeah, it's ridiculous that nobody gets to finish their career with the Seahawks, this and that, and it echoes some of what Richard Sherman said a week or two ago on his podcast, I'm sorry, I don't see that. That feels myopic. I don't think that is worse in Seattle than it is anywhere else. I don't think any of those 4 players were let go too soon here in Seattle. And that this is essentially the way the NFL works. To stay in one place your entire career till the end, you need to be so good, so diligent about staying in shape in order to, push back the effects of Father Time. So in tune with the coaching staff or coaching staff changes that no matter who's there, you fit with what they're trying to do. So willing to take hometown discounts so that as the money rises on your contract, as you get older and older, you don't become someone who eats up so much of the salary cap that your cost is rising while your productivity is falling. That's essentially what this always comes down to. Your cost is rising while your productivity is falling. That's the reality of why guys don't end up finishing their career in the same spot. Because then when they get asked to take less in that spot, they're like, what? No, don't disrespect me. And it all blows up. It's not a DK thing. That's sort of like the way the system is set up thing. You got to be willing to take huge hometown discounts. You'd have to be willing to retire somewhat early, quite frankly, before your productivity reaches such a level that they can't possibly keep you around anymore. And the odds are just against you being able to do all of those things, I think. So I appreciate where DK's coming from, and I absolutely I'm not mad at any of those guys for, feeling that way. I'm sure it's hard. And I'm sure eventually it'll happen to me where they'll tell me, Mike, your productivity at the station is not good enough anymore, and your costs keep going up. So either you're going to take a lot less money or you're not going to work here anymore. Yeah. And I'll probably be mad just like they are. Like, I totally get it. Other people will be popping champagne, but I will be okay with it. Or I'll be mad. Like, I get it. I'll be mad too. And I'll say, well, what's wrong with Bonneville? How come nobody can finish their career here? I get it. That's got to be really hard. But it is the reality of the business. They do live in a salary cap world, which they know about. And, if your productivity starts to drop, your price tag has to drop with it. Now, DK's not in that position right now. I'd put him obviously in a different category than some of those other guys, but Marshawn was definitely in that spot. His productivity was dropping. His want to here was dropping. Richard Sherman was injured. His productivity was going to be dropping, and they wanted their prices to go up. Sorry. It just doesn't work that way. Now, Maura, you brought up a good point to kind of spin this forward a little bit. I like the point you made about how it's natural for a new regime to leave players that were already bought in to a different system for years feeling a little out of place. Makes sense.
Yeah, his outsiders comment doesn't surprise me. I think that's kind of probably not unusual.
You come into a new coach comes in, you were already bought into an old system, and now they're telling you, well, you got to do it this way, you got to do it that way, you got to do it this way, and you're like, yeah, I don't want to do those things.
I heard Teddy Bruschi make comments about that when Pete Carroll came into New England, because they had come from such a strict Bill Parcells that they didn't like his rah-rah, more happy thing. Whereas, I think this was a different one where I got the vibes DK in his early training camp press conferences, so he seemed kind of annoyed, and I'm not sure he liked McDonald's more strict
I'm sure he didn't.
system.
I think he liked it a lot better when he could be like, oh, yeah, it's just a stupid penalty board, and then there were no consequences to it. I'm sure he loved that. Who doesn't like not having consequences for their own actions? I'm sure he loved that. And now there were consequences, and now there was a guy that, doesn't need you the way the old guy did. So I think this is all fairly understandable. At the end of the day, for me, it still should just come down to how are you going to deploy your resources? Are you going to spend a lot of money on a wide receiver in his third contract? Or are you going to spend some of that money on the interior, the up front and the line of scrimmage? And in theory, it should be the latter. But what the Seahawks seem to be choosing is neither. That's next on Brock and Salk.
We are the home of the Mariners.
Big news, by God. We're excited to announce a multi-year partnership extension between the Seattle Mariners and Seattle Sports / Bonneville Seattle. So all Mariner games will continue to be heard on our platforms, including 7:10 a.m. The legend that is Rick Riz.
We couldn't be happier on behalf of the Seattle Mariners. We love the fact that we're going to be back on 710 Seattle Sports. Thank you so much. We're thrilled.
On Seattle Sports
and the Seattle Sports app.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. Final tryouts for adults ages 18 to 65 and older are this Sunday, March 23rd at Interlake High School in Bellevue. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey friends, Stacey Rost here. Who has some of the best deals on new Fords and Isuzus in the Pacific Northwest? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Who has a large selection of the highest quality used vehicles in the Pacific Northwest? That would also be Wayscar Ford in Auburn. And what dealership promises no games, no gimmicks, and never any pressure to purchase? Yes, that is correct. It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn still. Who's the only Ford dealer in all of Washington to offer a 5-day or 500-mile, no questions asked, 100% money-back return policy? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They offer free lifetime powertrain warranty on virtually all of their new Fords. Who's the only dealer that will purchase your used car, pay you right up front, and then once they resell your old car, return 50% of the profit to you? Only Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They've given over $750,000 back to customers who have sold them their cars. And finally, what dealership has been family-owned and operated in Auburn for over 103 years? You guessed it, Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Visit them at wayscarford.com.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nellie on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on seattlesports.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Hey, partner, what's one word that comes to mind when Truck Month rolls around at West Hills Autoplex?
Well, that's easy. Work, play, push, pull, haul, tow, trails, snow, Ford, Chevy, Ram, GMC, Toyota, trucks and trucks and trucks and...
Celebrate Truck Month at the West Hills Autoplex, just off the Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3, Bremerton, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
Hazelwood has it! Trucks and trucks and trucks.
If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law, where we help all types of injury victims like Cynthia, who was T-boned by a truck.
The airbag shattered bones in my hand. I called Warrior Injury Law and was very happy with the outcome. Rob has integrity. He cares about people. He cares about his clients. I knew that I could trust Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Saturday night, May 10th. Experience the thrill of live MMA, boxing, Muay Thai, and kickboxing. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this exciting mixed martial arts event. The World Fighting Championships, May 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, probably the biggest news yesterday for Seahawks fans was no news. It was that Tevin Jenkins signed in Cleveland, and that was really the last of the potential impact guards for 2025. I should say interior offensive linemen. I think we've talked and had some interest in Dahlman, Kelly, Tooney, Fries, Becton, Bradbury, Zeitler, and Jenkins. That's 8. That's 8. That's a lot of guys. Now, I don't know whether all of them were fits. I'm sure some of them weren't. A lot of good reasons why some of them were too risky. Some of them were a problem. Some of them wouldn't have come here. Some was an impossibility. But that's still up to 8 different potential impact players that were available at a position of enormous need. And once again, Seahawks end up with none of them. John Schneider on yesterday with Wyman and Bob explaining that he sympathizes with the frustration, but
I understand and like how fans and what Dave tells me, like I understand like the empathy, like I have empathy for that. Like I see it too, but you can't just throw money at marginal play. We want to be a championship team. We don't want to be an average team. We can sign guys that can fill a specific role, but it's not at a point right now where you're going to go sign a guy that's for sure going to be your starting left guard or right guard.
All 8 of them? Like, I understand John's point. I don't want him to spend more money than he needs to either. But all 8 of those guys were all marginal? Okay, maybe they were. But then you got to be in a position ahead of time where you don't have such a need for marginal talent, because unfortunately it's now just been so long since we've seen the offensive line look like a cohesive, positive unit. He is once again relying on the staff, and we've heard this a lot, that with the new coaching staff, they're going to get more out of the players that are already here.
And that's what was great about these guys coming in, Rick Dennison and JB, and they know exactly what they want, and they like our guys, and they're like, that guy's not better than this guy. We want to work with this guy. As Mike as you guys have heard him say before, like that's the number one quality in a coach is like teaching and getting the best out of people and developing. It was very exciting that they were excited about our guys.
And that would be great. I hope that works. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for the coaching to be better, certainly on the offensive line. I think John makes really good points. But can you get more out of the guys that are there? Or would it be nicer if you also added more talent and then got the most out of those guys as well? I just think you got to give yourself as many opportunities to be great at a position that has really been, unfortunately, just this fatal flaw in the team for almost as long as any of us can remember. There are still a couple players remaining interior offensive linemen on the market. I don't think any of them would qualify as legit upgraded starters. So, yeah, going to rely on the draft, got to rely on the new coaching staff, and got to find a way to improve the players that are already on the roster.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We're starting to get the DK Metcalf side of the story and why he wanted out of Seattle. He appeared on the Get Got podcast with Mike Robb and Marshawn Lynch. Here he is talking about how Tyler Lockett felt disrespected last year.
Just to not feel reciprocated, that was like the start of Locke was coming to me and like, yeah, bro, I don't think I'm going to be here next year with the way that they doing me. I'm like, that's my brother. Like, Locke just came off a ban last year. Like, Locke had, if not 1,000, it was damn close to it.
Bro, you can almost count 1,000 every single time he out there every season. If he's playing, he going to get 1,000 yards, bro.
And it's like, I had to sit and watch my brother be told, you're not good enough no more. And that was basically the hard part for me because I see this man cooking niggas on Sunday. Like, whenever we need a big time third down,
right there.
Throw it to
Hurt,
him.
You talking about, get your ass in there. I'm going to get in there. Yeah. Let me just get this heat thing.
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense. He was so upset about Tyler Lockett and the disrespect shown to him that 20 minutes after the team made a special point to give Lockett his own big day, DK stomped all over it by asking for a trade himself. Yeah, it worked. That makes sense. That's definitely, that follows. All right, I'll try to play. Let's get benefit of the doubt. All right, you want to go benefit of the doubt for DK? He did it on purpose because he's so mad at the team for the way they did Tyler Lockett last year that they shouldn't have even been able to give him his own day. What do you think? That doesn't work. I'm trying hard to give him the benefit of the doubt. That doesn't work. Sorry, dude. I'm sorry. That doesn't play. If you are so concerned with Lockett's well-being, then give him his day and wait one more day, 24 hours, before you demand your trade and make it all public. That just, that one doesn't work at all. I'm sorry. That's a non-starter for me.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Mariners will get back to it after a day off. They've got split squad games today at Kansas City, home against the Reds, and they'll have a pair of Logans starting those games. Logan Evans on the road, Logan Gilbert at home in his final tune-up before he is the opening day starter in 6 days. That's right, next Thursday night, opening day. And you do have a few roster decisions. We're going to talk to Rowdy Tellez in about 10 minutes, 7:30. I think he makes this team right now over Mitch Haniger. We'll find out. Rivas or Masterboni, another big question for the last roster spot, and then a few spots in the pen I think will be question marks as well. Zags win yesterday. They beat Georgia. Husky women, unfortunately, up early, had an opportunity late, but lose a heartbreaker to Columbia. And then speaking of basketball, as there is, there are games today in Seattle. Samantha Holloway, she is the daughter of David Bonnerman. She's now the current owner of the Seattle Kraken. I'm sure that her phone was blowing up yesterday after the news that the Celtics had sold for $6.1 billion, considering that was one of the big hurdles that needed to clear before we could start talking about expansion in the NBA. Well, she released a statement saying, "We understand that today's news will pique the interest of NBA fans in Seattle. As we've said before, our ownership group is ideally positioned for an NBA team with Climate Pledge Arena and the incredible fans in Seattle, but we will always be respectful of the commissioner's process and timeline." And just to go back, that was a Tim Leiweke phrase that he used a lot. We're not going to get ahead of the commissioner. And he's said often that's the type of thing that will just delay the process, make them mad, put you in bad standing. You've got to let the powers that be do their thing. And it sure seems like that's what they're going to do here in Seattle. All right, that is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour on the Brock and Salk Show. Yes, we said we're just 6 days away. March 27th, all the festivities for opening day. Ceremonial first pitch from Ichiro. Big platinum and gold glove presentations for Cal and Dylan Moore. So don't miss out. Grab your opening day tickets today at mariners.com. Will Rowdy Tellez be there? I think he will. I think he's going to be there on opening day. I know that at least I think he's going to be joining us next. We'll talk to Rowdy, guy with a very interesting story to tell. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Opening day is almost here, and we're sending one of you and a friend to experience it like never before.
Swing and a drive, deep to left field.
With front row access to all the opening day ceremonies, from player introductions to Ichiro's ceremonial first pitch, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app, then click on the Win tab. If you don't already have the app, simply text app to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Friday, March 21st.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name. It's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Do you want to lose weight fast and keep it off? I'm Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I have a plan that has helped over 4,000 people in the Seattle-Tacoma area lose up to a pound per day. No surgery, no exercise, no box package food, and no drugs or injections with potential side effects. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossklinic.com and also see our incredible before and after transformations.
Well, and I'm one of those 4,000 people. I'm incredibly proud of my transformation. It started with just a 15-minute phone call where I learned how easy the program was and decided that it was right for me. I encourage you to make that phone call for yourself. It's only 15 minutes, and it can have a lasting impact.
Let our proven system help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person at our Kirkland office or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossklinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossklinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
So here's the deal with Mariners season ticket memberships. You've got two great options. With a Flex membership, you have the freedom to pick your seats, games, and number of tickets whenever you want. Or if you like knowing where you're sitting all season long, go with a reserved membership and lock in your seats from day one. Both plans get you access to exclusive pre-sales, year-round discounts, special event invites, and more. Check it out at mariners.com/25.
Now Raleigh wins it in the 10th inning for the Mariners.
Baseball is back. Opening day is just 6 days away. Seattle sports will be live from SoDo all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile.
And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rate supply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Looking for the perfect engagement ring? At Shane Company, we know this is an exciting time. It can also be overwhelming. Customers say this a lot. Where do I start? How do I choose? At Shane Company, this is where the magic happens. Since 1929, we've been experts at helping customers find the perfect engagement ring. We invite you into the design process, help you pick out the perfect diamond or colorful gemstone, and choose a style that speaks to you. Come see us in store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I don't know, man. 808 saying DK probably texted Lockett beforehand, and Lockett just said, no, that Lockett day's for them, not for me, so do your thing, brother. I don't know. That doesn't seem quite right, but maybe. I guess anything is possible. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710. SeattleSports.com. Going to talk to Rowdy Tellez here in just a minute, and he has been a really cool story, I think, so far at spring training. Hit the cover off the ball. By all accounts, big personality, has had an interesting ride, and he's kind enough to take a few minutes with us right now. Rowdy, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing good. Just it's early out here.
It is early. I'm sorry. I hate that we have to talk to you guys so early. Believe me, we don't like having to do it either. And it'd be nicer to be on later in the day. But this is our lot in life. So we want to just get to know you a little bit, if you don't mind. And I'm just looking at your Wikipedia page yesterday, and it's kind of a wild ride. It sure seems as if you've had an interesting life. When you describe yourself, like, how do you describe Rowdy Tellez?
I don't really fit my name. I'll give you that. I'm not very rowdy. I'm a fairly calm kind of person. I like to make jokes and mess around, but I don't get too out of line. I'm just kind of a homebody. Just like to be around, like to hunt, like to fish, just kind of be outside. But yeah, pretty calm person. So I don't really fit my name. I wouldn't say I'm an interesting person.
You've made some interesting decisions and some interesting part. I mean, I was thinking, just looking at it, and you're committed to go to USC out of high school. You're a 30th round pick of the Blue Jays. How'd you decide to go to Toronto rather than to USC?
A kid that wants to go to college and play baseball. I wanted to go play pro ball.
Yeah.
I wanted a chance to be in the big leagues, and most of the time, when you get that opportunity, a lot of the kids take it. But I knew college wasn't for me. So I didn't want to go. But I mean, when I look at it, I would have been a 2016 college draft, and by that time, I was in AAA. And most of those kids get drafted and go to short season A-ball. Mm-hmm. It's not like nowadays where kids get drafted and go to like AAA and stuff. It's not easy anymore. They got it a little easier than we did. But I just felt like that was the right decision for me to just come out and do what I want to do, chase my dream. Didn't want to risk getting hurt in college and not having the chance to come and go pro. So
well, and then the journey has taken you from Toronto to Milwaukee to Pittsburgh, now hopefully here to Seattle this year, and lots of ups and downs on that journey. What have you learned? I
learned how to be a pro. I would say, like, how to handle failure, how to handle adversity. I think perspective is a big thing. Just knowing that I get to wake up every day and live out my dream, whether it's good or not. Get to see the next sunrise and, get to go out there and strap on my cleats and batting gloves and go play a game that I grew up playing and grew up loving, So very fortunate. It's an honor to do what I get to do. You can't really look at all the negatives. I mean, there's a lot of ups and downs, but if you haven't had a lot of ups and downs in life, then probably haven't lived a long life.
Well, and especially in this game, right? That can humble you quickly, and then just as soon as it turns one way, it can go back the other. How do you learn as a young player coming up through the minors and then eventually to the big leagues? How do you learn to deal with some of the failures that exist in this game, probably more than any other?
Well, that's a good question. Just really just, you got to be mentally tough. You got to be mentally strong. You got to be one of those first people that you can turn it off. You can turn it on and off. Like when the day ends, you got to be able to turn it off and get away from it, and kind of just when you get home, settle down, and you can evaluate it as long as you want. But there's nothing you can do to change what had already happened. So I think for me that was just it. Just being able to step away from the game once I left the clubhouse.
What do you do to distract yourself? What do you do at home?
I look at buying hunting land, shoot my bow. Yeah, too. I don't do anything. I kind of hang out.
What kind of bow are you? Are you a crossbow guy? What do you do with your bow?
Don't disrespect me like that.
I don't know. I know nothing about this. I'm the worst person to talk to about this.
I shoot a compound bow, like Matthews compound bow. So I deer hunt with my bow. Kind of do everything with it.
I
travel with it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, where's the most interesting place you've been to with the bow?
Well, I shoot my bow on the field at stadiums.
Okay.
So I'll do that. I mean, interesting. I don't know. I mean, Opal Butte, Oregon has been one. I have a big ranch in Kansas, so I hunt with my bow there.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's interesting. I haven't traveled a ton to hunt. I just go to my ranch and stay in Texas and do that kind of stuff.
How would you fare on like a survivalist show? Are you somebody that could go on like a Naked and Afraid or one of those survivalist type shows and make it to the end?
I wouldn't know what to eat to survive, but I would know what not to eat.
Okay.
So but in those survivalist shows, they don't give you anything. Like they don't give you anything to hunt with. So I wouldn't say I can build something to hunt with or maybe build a snare, but I wouldn't say I'm better than every average person. I would take myself over a lot of these people in the clubhouse. I'll tell you that. Probably all of them.
Who in the clubhouse would fare the worst in one of these shows?
Oof. Just because we're committed to college together, I'm gonna have to go pee.
Okay. So sounds good.
JP.
Yeah. You don't think he's a survivalist kind of guy?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
You can't really be a survivalist from LA.
That's actually it's a different sort of survival. With Brock and Salk, we're talking to Rowdy Tellez, who is looking to make this Mariner roster. First base or DH? What do you prefer?
First, for sure. Considering I'm actually a good first baseman, I know you guys are going to say otherwise, but I'm actually a good first baseman. So I like to play first. I like to play defense, impact the game on both sides. So it's exciting to play first.
Does it help you kind of feel engaged in the game? Do you like the conversations at first base? Is it easier to be a first baseman and hit rather than just a DH?
Well, if you're struggling at the plate as a DH, you only can impact it on one side. So I'm struggling at the plate. I'd like to be able to impact it on both sides where I can still play defense and save games and change games based on what I can do in the field too. But, yeah, the conversations are good. I'm a little bit of I like to talk some smack here and there. So you guys get over, got a lot of jokes and some inside stuff. But don't ask me about it because I'm not going to give you any hints on what I say.
I don't blame you. No, you got to keep.
Most of it's not appropriate.
So yeah, we got a radio. We got kids listening to this radio show. We don't need to. Yeah. What? Why Seattle? What drew you to coming into Seattle this year?
Probably Pike Place. Like food. No, I'm just kidding. It's just the ability to get a chance to play. You know, like when the offers started coming in, I felt like some of them weren't. Some of them they already had their minds made up. Some teams, and I felt like Seattle gave me a chance to decide my own fate. And you know, I really liked the organization. It was actually the only pre-draft workout I ever did out of high school. So I flew up back then to Safeco. So I flew to Safeco and hit and did all my stuff in front of the brass back in 2013, and kind of fell in love with the stadium. And I just liked being up there, you know. So when I got the chance, it was one of those things that was like, that'd be pretty cool to do my only pre-draft workout ever. Then, you know, 12, 13 years later, get a chance to go play for them. They got a winning environment, great staff, very tight-knit group, which I've been very fortunate to join. They kind of welcomed me with open arms, so that was very, very special to be able to kind of blend in with them right away and make myself feel like I was one of them for a while. So they hats off to them. They've done a very good job in making guys feel comfortable.
It sounds like you knew JP ahead of time. Were there other guys here that you had previous relationships with?
Trent Thornton, we played together in Toronto. And then Casey Lawrence was in big league camp, but now is in minor league camp, and we played together in the minor leagues with Toronto. And then P. We'd known each other for a long time, just playing against, with, in high school, and then committing together. And so I just known him for a while. But yeah, other than that, really, there wasn't many people. Bobby Magianis, the hitting coach, was our Team Mexico hitting coach. So, I mean, Randy doesn't speak very good English, and I don't speak very good Spanish, so we had to work on things.
What last couple of things here, and then we'll let you go. I know it's early, and you got a full day ahead of you. But you know, one of the conversations we've had a lot throughout this offseason is some of the changes in approach coming from Edgar through Kevin Seitzer and Bobby, who you mentioned. What is your approach when you're at the plate as you're thinking through your offensive plan? What is your basic approach to hitting a baseball?
Just find the barrel, really. I got a chance to hit balls hard whenever I find the barrel, and if I can do that more often, you know, I got a better chance. I think last year I started the season with trying to do too much and trying to make up for being hurt in 23 and showing back who I was, and it kind of backfired on me. And then the middle half of the season, you know, the June through September type of thing, it was more like I was able to be back to who I was and put up numbers and hit and be like that. But that was just more of keeping it simple and just trying to hit the ball hard. That was it. Not trying to hit homers, not trying to do too much, but just trying to hit the ball hard. And I think that allowed me to find the barrel a little bit more consistent, and then just kind of modifying the swing a little bit. You know, getting older, games getting harder. Just need to simplify it and try not to do too much. Not try and generate too much movement, I guess. But you know, I felt good this spring, especially for not having any live AVs until actually just playing in a game. You know, because I signed late, so. I was really happy with what I've done. You know, we got a couple more games, and hopefully I can do enough to impact the squad and get a chance to go up to Seattle.
It seems like kind of a weird thing, right? You gotta show them enough to make the team, but at the same time, all we ever hear is spring training numbers don't really mean all that much. So how do you show them that you should be on the roster without just pointing to Cactus League numbers?
Numbers don't mean a lot for certain people. They do mean a lot for certain people, though. But you know, like I've been fortunate again to play for a while and like impact clubhouses and been in good clubhouses and to be a good clubhouse guy, you know, you have to be there, the same guy day in and day out. And I think sometimes word of mouth helps, but I feel like I've put enough emphasis on who I am as a player, the confidence I bring to my game, just to show them like maybe those things too, like longevity of the season, that I can produce and do what I need to do. But I think when I said some guys need numbers, some guys don't, I'm one of the guys that needs numbers. I don't have a job, so I have to prove to them I can still do what I'm capable of doing.
I got a texter here from Montana who says, tell Rowdy I got 10 acres of hunting property with a bow range in Montana. I'll give him a good deal. Should I set you up with John in Missoula?
Probably not. I'm going to be honest. I feel like John in Missoula might try and take advantage of me.
That sounds about right. Rowdy, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for doing this early in the morning. Continued good luck, and we're hoping we see you Thursday night here in Seattle. Thanks so much.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Thank you guys for having me.
All right, there you go. There's Rowdy Tellez, who I think is going to be a new member of the Mariners. That's an interesting interview. He's a different guy. The only other person I've ever seen shoot a bow in a major league stadium is actually from the Northwest. The only other person I've ever seen shoot a bow in a major league stadium before games is John Lester, pride of Bellarmine Prep. That's the only other player I've ever seen do that. But it sounds like Rowdy likes to shoot his bow before a major league game. So we'll look for that. You think? I mean, Lester never played here, so I don't know whether he ever shot a bow and arrow here in this park. But I used to watch Lester do it at Fenway before games. I always assumed he was from like Mississippi or something. Then I got out here, people are like, no, he's from Bellarmine Prep in Tacoma. I was like, what?
I just like how offended he was when you asked if he had a crossbow.
Very offended. Like I even know what that is. I don't know what a crossbow is versus a compound bow. What the heck do I know? I don't know any of that. I'm not an archer. Heck, where I'm from, they call it an atcha. I don't know anything about that. Let's talk to Bump. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Heward breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Good morning, Bump. Thanks for spending a few minutes with us.
Good morning. Good morning. Hey, before we get started, so I'm on the road. I'm on the good old 522 leaving Monroe.
Yeah.
And there's a spot in Woodinville for 200 yards where it always gets me.
Uh-oh.
Like 2 minutes. So just a heads up. If I go out, I'll be right back, baby.
All right. Well, we'll plan ahead for that. Let's start here then, Bump, with Tevin Jenkins signing yesterday in Cleveland. I think that's 8 different guys that we've talked about that have gone elsewhere for the interior of the offensive line. What now?
What now? I think there's one more name out there that the Hawks have been linked to out of Jacksonville, Brandon Scherf. He's 33 years of age, I believe. He's going to ask for about $6 million a year. If we know anything about John Schneider or if we go off his habits, it's probably not going to go for it, but you never know. But there's still a name out there, a couple names out there as well. But I think everyone needs to shift their focus to just, developing what is already here. You have some young guys who played last year out of necessity, and I hate giving up on players so quickly. It feels like we do that with offensive linemen sometimes, like we do quarterbacks. Like 1 year, 2 years in, if they don't get it right, then we're going to ship them off and look for the next guy. So I think that's kind of where your focus has to be, and I'm hoping that Kubiak and his squad has looked at the personnel that's already here and say to themselves, we can work with that. I think you still got to get a veteran. He'll probably be a veteran that no one really knows about, like a Lincoln Tomlinson, somebody who's in the back 9 of his career, because you need depth at the offensive line position, as we know over the years, man. It's just been tough. So what do you do now? You look to Oluwatimi to develop. You look at Haynes. You look at Laumea. You look at Jarrell, and you ask those guys to be better than they were last year. And you ask these new coaches in the coaching staff to develop them. So they got their work cut out for them. But I think with the scheme they want to run, there's a chance these guys, they exceed expectations. So probably still get a veteran, not a name that people are going to know. I don't think many people know offensive lineman names anyway if they're not local or not on your team. So, yeah, that's the plan, man. Develop these youngins and see what they can do.
All right. Question number 2. We used to do a segment on our show called Good News, Bad News, No News. It kind of fits this question. We are now, as of today, 2 weeks since Geno Smith was traded to the Raiders. No deal yet. No contract announcement. Is that news or no news?
I think it's news. I think it's news in the sense that Geno's going to make sure that he gets his. My man is 34, 35 years of age. He realizes I only have so many years left, and it's about guaranteed money, and it's about incentives. And we know that when Geno was here in Seattle, there were a lot of incentives that he hit, and he made an extra few $1 million. So I think they're trying to figure out how to do this. I don't think he's not going to be a Raider. He left the Seahawks. There's not many places out there for him to go if he didn't want to be a Raider. But they got to get this done. It's news in the sense that we thought this was going to be an easy transition, right? You got your boy Pete over there. You're wanted. You're going to Vegas. It seemed like the perfect fit for him. But when it comes down to negotiations, man, both sides got to make sure that they're okay. So it's news because I appreciate Geno taking his time with this and realizing that this is probably his last big contract and trying to get the most out of it. My question is, is this negotiation process going to mess up the relationship between him and Pete? If they are professionals and they know how the game goes, no, it won't. But you never know, man. That's why you don't do business with family and friends, man. Things get a little crazy. So we'll see how it ends up with him and Pete over there.
Do you think he signs a deal before the season begins, or do you think he plays on his current deal?
I think he signs a deal before the season begins. I think that he wouldn't have left Seattle if he felt like this deal wasn't going to get done because, as you know, Mike, rumor on the street is the Hawks offered him pretty much the same thing, and he went over there because he wanted to be with Pete Carroll. So Pete had to have told him stuff he wants to hear, whisper the sweet nothings in his ear, 40, 45 million, I got you, don't trip, incentive, we're going to get this done. So, yeah, I think it gets done before the season, before training camp, I should say.
See if Spytech is whispering the same nothings. Question number 3. I'm sure you heard the DK stuff yesterday as he spoke with Marshawn and Mike Robb. I don't know whether he sounded angry or bitter or anything like that. I thought he was pretty calm in the way he talked about it all, but he didn't paint like the most flattering picture of the organization that he left. Legitimate complaints or sour grapes?
I think it's legit. I think when you're DK Metcalf, and if he were to be here, he'd be at least the second greatest receiver to play for the Seahawks, I believe, but the numbers he's been putting up over the past few years, right? The position he held in this organization, it wasn't an average Joe type of deal. He was a main contributor, and he talks about how the culture started to change, and he felt like he wasn't really a part of what was going on anymore. Him and Lockett, I can definitely see that. When you get new coaches coming in, Pete is gone, John Schneider is holding a bigger role and a bigger say, things are going to change a little bit. So I think that was legit. What I also liked to hear about was his contributions to the game plan. He's talking to Grubb and notices some things about the defense, saying they're going to sit at the sticks on third or whatever, and Grubb still calls the plays that has them sit at the sticks instead of running by these guys. He gets on the headset, and he gets at them. And I think we all saw that clip, Mike, right, with him getting on the headset, and we're wondering what is being said over there. And it was legit. You want your players to be involved in the game plans, your main contributors. Now, they're not going out there and saying, I want to run this play, and that play. I'm giving you tendencies. This is what I see on film. That means he is engaged in the game plan. You want that from your players. And when he feels like he's being ignored by his offensive coordinator and he's done so much for this organization, he should be mad, man. Now, should you get on the headset and yell? That's your prerogative. I wouldn't go that route, but that's DK. So, no, I thought this was a great interview. It was great insight. I got no problems with what DK said.
He is Michael Bumpus, and that is today's Blue 88. Of course, he'll be on following this show right at 10 o'clock, along with Stacey Rost. And, yeah, it is funny, man, just kind of going through the offensive line stuff just to come back to it, because I think that's very much the story of the day. I kind of understand a lot of what John's saying, and he doesn't want to overpay for anybody, and he doesn't want to, he doesn't want to compound a mistake by overspending on another offensive lineman. But when you list out the names, when you go Dahlman, Kelly, Tooney, Fries, Becton, Bradbury, Zeitler, Jenkins, none of them were a fit here. None of them would have helped. I think that's where I start to struggle.
Yeah, and I'm with you because what you've done hasn't worked. And Schneider also said that the guys, there's a valuation rumor going on. I almost feel like he's been listening to our show, because me and Stacey have said that plenty of times. And we're like, well, what's the evaluation process of your offensive linemen? Because these guys are coming in, they're not performing, but they're going other places and getting multiple contracts. And he pointed that out to his defense, which he's absolutely right. So if it's not an evaluation problem, then it's a retention problem. Like, it's what is it? It's both. So John Schneider, he has his philosophy, and I can always respect the man for sticking to his guns, right? Mike, you will not hit your driver off the tee box. You'll hit your 3-wheel and you'll bomb it, and I respect it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it works for you. So I'm not going to get at you. I'm going to let you play your game.
Appreciate that.
It just hasn't worked for John so far. So he's got some work to do, and he knows it, but I think that he believes in what he believes in, and he's gonna stick to his guns.
Yeah, it works until we get onto that long par 4 at the end of Redmond Ridge, and then I got nothing to do. I'm just, can't hit 4 hybrid there. Got to find a way to hit the driver. You got to find a way to adapt. All right, your show's coming up at 10. Always love the insight. Thanks, man. Really appreciate it.
All right, man. Take care.
There's Michael Bumpus of Bump and Stacy, kind enough to fill in for Brock today and do some Blue 88. All right, that means we got 2 hours left. The last part of our show will be up to you guys, as we will, of course, open up our phone lines at 9:30. I see G. Scott wandering around out there. I don't know why he hasn't been in yet. Usually he comes in to bother us by now.
It is weird.
But he'll be in at 8:30 for a full half hour. Before we do it, though, we're sneaking up to the top 5. We've got the number 6 most intriguing Mariner today. That's right. We'll give it to you next on Brock and Salk.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
Gone! Julio! Home run!
Opening day is just 6 days away.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from Soto all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
On March 28th, a 19-year-old girl was kidnapped. I'm going to bring her home.
Jason Statham is a working man.
Where's the girl? You a cop? You wish I was a cop.
From the director of The Beekeeper.
This is human trafficking. When you do this, you better go full on.
Is that a grenade?
Yep.
You ain't a cop. You're a working man.
That's right. Time to get to work.
A working man. Rated R. Under 17. Not admitted without parent. Only in theaters March 28th.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people. And we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. Yeah, I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships, because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck, and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees, because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
When you're hiring,
Have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Things are just better when you switch to Cricket. The sun shines a little brighter. Happy music starts randomly playing. Best of all, you can get iPhone 13 for just $29.99. With the ultra-bright Super Retina display and up to 19 hours of video playback, all on Cricket's super-fast 5G network. See? Isn't that better? Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new account imported on $60 plan. First service charge, tax to its sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's with limited time savings on the supplies pros need. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on every $1,000 you spend on select major appliances. And don't miss your chance to activate and earn 3 times the points on select DeWalt and Klein tools. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 3/28. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details on qualifying items.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, let's see. Final couple hours here of our week. It is the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app. Have you downloaded the app? Make sure you do, especially with opening day, just 6 days away. It's a great way to listen to the games, all the Mariner games, as we get psyched for opening day and the baseball season. To get us ready, we have been going through the top 10 most intriguing Mariners. I lied. I said we were on to number 6 today, but we actually did that yesterday. So sorry, I got my numbers confused. But just to remind everybody, it started at number 10, Gregory Santos. Number 9 was Matt Brash. Number 8 was Mitch Garver. Probably could have been Polanco. They sort of filled the same role in this countdown. Number 7, much to Brock's chagrin, was J.P. Crawford. He thought he should have been higher. Number 6, Logan Gilbert, a guy who's being asked to really fulfill a new role this year as a leader and a opening day starter and an ace and all of the things that they're now asking of Logan Gilbert. He's number 6. And Maura, that leads us today to...
Not that I'm not sick. I feel like maybe I should do more like number 5.
No, I don't like that at all.
Number 5.
There we go. Number 5 is Victor Robles. Now, he's intriguing for a lot of reasons. Partially the personality. This is the guy with his 2 monkeys who I thought put on, such a show when he was mic'd up during the game on Sunday Night Baseball. Like, Victor Robles is just an interesting dude. He's intriguing even if he doesn't play baseball, even if he doesn't play for the Mariners. He's just a naturally intriguing fella.
Did you ever see the clip when he was in Washington?
Oh, yeah.
When he essentially made friends with a mantis that was sitting on his hat?
It's unbelievable. Mm-hmm. He's all mic'd up. He's talking to the praying mantis. It's hysterical. He does seem like just an exceptionally interesting, fun guy to have around. And, whether it's dyeing the hair or just he's always got a little bit of something going on. There's always a little bit of energy. I think I can tell this story. I've heard this story. I think I can now tell it. I mean, I think it's fine. When last year, when Robles was first brought in, he, wasn't playing much, right? He was like this extra outfielder. Shame on me. I made fun of him for even being here and how like this guy was going to be off the roster in another couple days. And then he made like an error and had a couple of really bad at bats when he first got here. And I raised my hand. I was dead wrong on Victor Robles last year. I would have cut him after a day and been like, yep, thanks for playing. See you later. So shame on me. I was dead wrong. But apparently, game after game, the team's not hitting. He's not in the lineup. And I guess every day he was going into the traject machine in the back and hitting off of whatever the pitcher was who was dominating the Mariners in that game. And he'd come back to the dugout and be like, hey, put me in. I just crushed this guy in the traject, and like kept saying it over and over again. And I think eventually Scott, a couple things happened. One, nobody else was hitting, so he needed to try something else. But two, I think the confidence just kind of, I think impressed Scott to the point where he was like, all right, fine, throw this guy in there. And then it was 1, then 2 days, and then 3 days, and they kept hitting. And then Robles was like, hey, you're just going to keep me in here? It's like, yeah, as long as you keep hitting. And the next thing you know, he ends up having, the best season of his career. Really, the season that I think everybody had always hoped he would end up having since he was a top prospect coming up with the Nationals. His year last year here in Seattle was really incredible. In 77 games, he put up more than 3 wins. I mean, that's a 6-win player over the course of a full season. That's remarkable. And he did it in a variety of ways. Obviously, the 860 OPS is incredible. It leads to a 155. That means he was 55% better than the rest of the league in terms of OPS. In case you were wondering, when he was in Washington, it was 21. He was 80% worse than the average baseball player during his, 14 games is not very much, but while he was in Washington to start the year, he'd really had his problems. By the way, 2023 in Washington, that number was 39. Like, he'd really struggled over the last couple of years. So, the fact that they DFA'd him, that they'd moved on from him, that the Mariners brought him in, that they eventually signed him, they're really counting on Victor Robles to be a big part of it. So he does it with the bat. As I said, 860 OPS, that 400, nearly 400 on base percentage is a big part of it. They need to get him on base. He's not a, huge power threat. He'll take the ball out of the ballpark occasionally, but you got to get him on base because he stole 30 out of 31 bags. That is a weapon. That's in half a year, guys. That's in half a year. Again, translate that out. That's a 60 stolen base season. Guys don't really steal 60 stolen bases in a year anymore. Doesn't really happen. That's not a normal number in today's modern game. Because most guys don't have the combination of on-base percentage and ability to run and the freedom to go do it. He does. He's got all of those things. So could he steal 60 bags this year? Look, I'm not going to sit here and predict 60. That would be a stretch. But if he can continue to hit, get on base, they're absolutely going to let him run wild on the bases. And oh, by the way, last year was the first season, right, of some of the changes made to the bases, to the structure of the bases. The bases are closer together. First base and second base are closer together than they used to be, making it easier to steal. Oh, by the way, the pitcher can only throw over so many times, another advantage for the base runner. So the modern game, and when I say modern, I mean the game that was reborn a year ago, should fit Victor Robles. It shouldn't be an accident that he had some of the success that he did last year. So if he can hit, he's going to be a weapon. He plays good defense. He is versatile. If you need to move him to center, if Julio's out, you can do that. He can obviously play right. He can play left. The guy he's a really important element to what the Mariners are going to do. But who is he? Is he the guy with the, 860 OPS this year, last year in the 77 games? Or is he the guy who has struggled for a good portion of his career? I mean, look at some of these years, right? Looking at OPS numbers, 1 year at 608, the next year at 605, the next year at 585. I mean, the 3 of the 4 years before coming to Seattle, he was a mess in Washington. And if that comes up again, then, unfortunately, you've put a lot of stock in a guy that isn't necessarily going to be capable of it. Greg Amsinger was on with Wyman and Bob earlier in the week, and he talked about Robles.
I still don't know if it's just an aberration what he did last year. It's a hard thing when teams go, oh, you're a force again? Now let's get the book out on you. I mean, ask Khalil Rodriguez. When the league makes an adjustment to you, it becomes painful to grind through that. So I hope he plays the way he did last year for the Mariners, because it got him a contract, which was shocking to me that they jumped and signed him the way they did.
Yeah, and I understand some of the surprise there, but I think they looked at it and said, this is the type of guy we want. This is the type of athlete we want. This is the type of player that fits the system that they are trying to build here. I don't know if it's going to work. I mean, again, he's got to be more consistent than he's been in his career. But I don't think it was just that they were doing it because of his hot streak. I think part of it was the style of play that he represents is what they're trying to do. Here's John Morosi with more.
What I'll say about Robles is this. The better that he plays and the more bases he can steal, the more havoc he can bring to the base paths. If he's going to be your leadoff man, and if Julio's going to bat second, and if you're able to link the two of those guys together, you could have something special. And that's what I'm seeing in the potential of Robles. I know last year at times Crawford certainly has spent a lot of time in the leadoff spot. I look at Robles as being a much better fit in that role than what JP can offer right now. I think JP is a better last third of the lineup type of a player for you to then flip the lineup over. Maybe he and Moore are two of the guys towards the bottom, then flip it over and get it back to Robles. I think JP still can be a really good player. I just don't think JP is their best option at leadoff right now.
Yeah, I found myself thinking about the person that texted the other day and said, JP should be hitting 8th or 9th. And it's like, well, yeah, JP is going to be hitting 8th or 9th. That's kind of what Robles does for you, is if he can continue to lead off. And it's been such a problem for the Mariners to find a legitimate leadoff hitter, really almost since Ichiro. Like, when was the last real legit leadoff hitter the Mariners had? Am I missing somebody in there? In the nearly a decade since Ichiro, was traded to the Yankees?
I just remember being so fired up on Kelnick's debut when I saw him in the leadoff spot, because I was like, oh, he's going to be Acuna out of the leadoff spot, and that didn't happen.
Didn't happen at all. I mean, man, this team had Logan Morrison hit leadoff at one point. Like, they've just not really had a great leadoff threat. And if Robles is going to be that and be the spark plug, the guy who's really a catalyst for the rest of the lineup, I think that's one of the main things they're banking on. It's why he is number 5 in our most intriguing Mariner countdown, which will conclude on Thursday on opening day.
We are the home of the Mariners.
Big news, by God. We're excited to announce a multi-year partnership extension between the Seattle Mariners and Seattle Sports / Bonneville Seattle. So all Mariner games will continue to be heard on our platforms, including 7:10 a.m. The legend that is Rick Riz.
We couldn't be happier on behalf of the Seattle Mariners. We love the fact that we're going to be back on 710 Seattle Sports. Thank you so much. We're thrilled.
On Seattle Sports
and the Seattle Sports app.
Everyone wants to get the best deal they can when they buy a car. But what about when you want to sell your car? Of course, you want to get the most money possible. But how do you get the most you can without trying to sell it yourself? Well, that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, but that's just the beginning. Once they resell your old car, they send you another check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. They've already given back over $750,000 to their customers. Mark, GM of Wayscar Ford, joins me, and it's such a great offer. But to clear up any confusion, is this like a consignment, and how can you offer this?
It's not a consignment, Stacy. In a consignment, the dealer that's trying to sell your car hasn't paid you yet. We pay you right up front. No more insurance, no more maintenance. All that's gone. After that's done, we pay half the profit. It's that simple. There's no magic to this. All the money we're saving by not buying at auctions, the shipping fees and the travel, we're giving it back to you. That's how it works.
So get the most money possible at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn and let them do the work.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been involved in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you with an aggressive team dedicated to securing the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal. Fighting for you.
This is Steve Amman, president of Pacific Power Batteries. And when we hear, oy vey, zut alors, or oofda, we know that battery prices are high these days. Our job is to control our costs and offer a great value to you. We tried calling our vendors to ask them to stop raising prices, but they haven't returned our calls. Whether it's a brand new battery, a reconditioned battery with a 90-day guarantee, or a factory second with a 1-year guarantee, we'll have something for your budget. So stop in at any Pacific Power Battery store, and we promise to help you.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. Washington State ranks number 5 in the country for auto theft. The most high-risk vehicles are Kia, Hyundai, Ford F-150, F-250, and F-350. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
I am sympathetic to the fact that you don't want to overspend on guys that aren't that good, but eight different offensive linemen, interior offensive linemen that we've talked about this year. Tevin Jenkins yesterday became the 8th. He signs in Cleveland. So, yeah, Dahlman, Kelly, Tooney, Fries, Becton, Bradbury, Zeitler, and now Jenkins. Seahawks didn't end up with any of those guys. None. Like, I understand that there's only so much you can commit resource-wise, et cetera, but especially after moving on, trading DK Metcalf, opening up some of that space in terms of salary cap. I really would have liked some of that to go somewhere to the interior of the offensive line. John Schneider explains why it didn't.
It's really a combination. The draft is strong. It feels like a really nice group. We like we like the guys we drafted last year, the younger guys that we have in that room, and our coaches we're excited to come here and work with those guys as well. Saw an upside in them, and then also we're at a point in free agency now where guys are kind of. We're in phase 2 really quick, and so you're figuring out, guys are trying to figure out what their market value is, and some of the agents have promised a guy that they'll make at least, call it $8 million a year, or whatever, $5 million a year, and the market's not telling them that. So now we're at a point where it's like, okay, guys go and visit places, and we had, like I said, several guys in here this week. We had probably 5 guys in this week. We'll have another guy in this weekend, and then, have the docs spend time with them and keep negotiating with the agent.
Again, I think John can make a really compelling argument about why each one of these 8 guys wasn't right, but it's really hard to hear that all 8 of them weren't right. Does that make sense? Yeah, Will Fries, well, we weren't able to do a medical. Okay. Becton, well, he was too large and couldn't do that. Okay. Bradbury, well, he was too... they're all too something. And again, I think I'm not disagreeing with any of those individual analyses. It's just the idea that if none of the 8 guys are a fit for you, and for whatever reason, maybe you need to change some of the standards. Maybe you need, look, Christian Haynes couldn't even get on the field last year. It makes me a little nervous to know that they're more excited, that they feel better about what they can do coaching him up than all of these guys that were available in some way, shape, or form here in this offseason.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Meanwhile, DK Metcalf is telling his side of the story, and apparently he was not wild about Ryan Grubb. He was willing to talk through what went down, especially during that one moment where we saw him yelling at Grubb on the sideline through the headset. He was on the Get Got podcast with Mike Robb and Marshawn Lynch and told this story.
On that particular day, we were playing 49ers. They got this DB I've been going against since he was we came in together. Mm-hmm. He played with the Giants, so I went against him twice already. And then he was with the 49ers. So I'm like, okay, on 3rd down, you have to run past him early because they're just going to sit at the sticks. On 3rd and 4th, we call all hitches. That's not running past him. You have to
he's waiting on that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's waiting on it. So when he sat and knocked the ball down, I come to the sideline let me just get the headset. Maybe he don't need to hear it from you, or he may have missed the text. So I said, Grubb, can we please run by the they are sitting at the sticks on 3rd down. In order to open up the underneath stuff, they got to be threading deep first. And that was the last week me and Locke did that. That was the last week me and Locke did any extra game plan.
Because it wasn't used. I'm putting in all this work, bro. We're the starters, too. It ain't like we just some slaps.
Yeah, it obviously must have been really frustrating, and that kind of fits with a lot of what we've heard about Ryan Grubb and what we were even hearing, throughout the season last year. Just kind of an unwillingness to listen. I think we assumed at the time that was mostly about the coach, Mike McDonald, and his feelings about it, but apparently it extended to the players. I think I can buy all of that. Just the one part that I think is worth remembering is he's already been fired. McDonald got it. They moved on from him. They brought in a new guy. Now, DK probably argue back that's going to be my 4th offensive coordinator, my 3rd quarterback. I'm just done. Sorry. And I don't know that I can necessarily blame him for that. Regardless, I think this works out better for everybody. DK can be happy in Pittsburgh where, there's been one coach forever and ever and probably will be. And I hope he has success there. And from the Seahawks side of it, I think they get an opportunity to remake and reshape their roster in a way that's more beneficial to them and the style they want. This should be a win-win for everybody. Hopefully there's not a tremendous amount of bitterness, etc., because honestly, I think this is the best case scenario.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Mariners back to it today. They got split squad games. So Logan Evans in one on the road against Kansas City. Logan Gilbert at home against the Reds. Again, this will be his final tune-up before the opening day start on Thursday of next week. 6 days left. And a few roster decisions. Again, we just spoke to Rowdy Tellez. I think he's on the opening day roster, and I might have to get out there early to see if he brings his bow to do a little arrow, shooting before the game. He says he likes to shoot his bow and arrow in Major League stadiums, joining John Lester. That's the only other player I've seen do that. I think it's going to be Leo Rivas rather than Miles Mastrobuoni, but we'll find out for that final spot. And then, of course, a couple spots open in the pen as well. College hoops yesterday, Gonzaga beats Georgia. So they are moving on once again. Husky women lose a heartbreaker to Columbia. And we are just following what's going on in the NBA after the Celtics sale, $6.1 billion. And that was listed as one of those hurdles that they needed to get past before they could start talking seriously about expansion. So obviously everybody turns yesterday to Samantha Holloway, who's now the owner of the Kraken after the death of her father, David Bonderman, earlier this year. And she put out a statement. I'll read it. We understand that today's news will pique the interest of NBA fans in Seattle. As we have said before, our ownership group is ideally positioned for an NBA team with Climate Pledge Arena and the incredible fans in Seattle, but we will always be respectful of the commissioner's process and timeline. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Yes, the countdown is on. Opening day is March 27th, Thursday of next week. For all the festivities, you want to be there, including the big first pitch, ceremonial first pitch from Ichiro, the newly minted Hall of Famer, and then special platinum and gold glove presentations for Cal and for Dylan Moore. Don't miss out. Grab tickets now at mariners.com. All right, G. Scott will be in next. I haven't seen him all morning. I don't even know what's going on with him. It's weird for him not to be in here, so I got to imagine he's either super keyed up about something or I don't know. We'll find out. He'll be in next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
The Sam Darnold contract details, it's essentially a one-year deal if they want to get out of this.
It looks like a good deal to me. I don't think there's anybody that could be sideways about this contract.
I think this is a great deal. I think John nailed it.
There is some question as to which Sam Darnold it is. There was those pesky 6 years where it wasn't good for Sam Darnold.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the 3rd highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Hey, partner, what's one word that comes to mind when truck month rolls around at West Hills Autoplex?
Well, that's easy. Work, play, push, pull, haul, tow, trails, snow, Ford, Chevy, Ram, GMC, Toyota, trucks and trucks and trucks and...
Celebrate Truck Month at the West Hills Autoplex, just off the Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3, Bremerton, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
Hazelwood has it.
Trucks and trucks and trucks.
Making fresh produce and food affordable and accessible to all is a mission Safeway is deeply committed to. G. Scott here. Your local Safeway has all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus exclusive savings. Right now, save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, plus get a monthly $5 credit, free unlimited delivery, $10 of free produce, and double rewards. Check out your Safeway For You app for all details and savings, or visit Safeway.com/SNAP for details.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. With thousands of full replacements with expert craftsmanship and unbeatable warranties, we've been building roofs you can trust for over 5 decades. It's more than just a job, it's our promise to you. Protect your investment with a free Golden Pledge warranty on all GAF roof replacements over $15,000. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
John here with Happy Hauler. We want to help get your unwanted items to those in need. Furniture and household items you plan on throwing away? We'll take them and prioritize donating and recycling, keeping items out of the landfill, and giving useful items a second happy home. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We work with over 20 nonprofits all over Western Washington to donate used items. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Oh, the people are getting what they want today. G. Scott has finally made his way in, and we haven't seen him all morning.
Yeah.
Which is rare.
No, because I was working.
Okay.
That's
not,
rare.
That's much more rare. You were working.
I was actually working.
What were you doing?
Well, you know I got a job.
You do?
And I do a show 9 to 12 on our sister station from here.
Yeah.
Cairo, 97.3 FM. And I got a show from 9 to 12.
Yeah.
Well,
and today you even remembered the name of the station.
Today, yeah, good point. Today I just decided to work. Now, if you're listening right now, text in right now, tell the truth. On Friday, on a scale of 1 to 10, how hard do you work?
Comparative to other days?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, come on now. Like, who's for an example, right now, if you got an email and somebody said to you in your email, and this goes for all of you listening, hey, we got a meeting at 4:30 today.
What?
When you look at that email on a Friday and you got a meeting at 4:30, you feel like, gee,
who does that? What boss schedule? I mean, you can complain about me. I never did anything like that.
You never did.
That's terrible. Nobody would do that.
No.
I have a rule. I mean, I've taught Maura knows this. My week ends at 10 a.m. on Friday. It's over. Don't ask me to do anything after 10 sharp on Friday.
Right.
Because we work Sundays, right? I mean, I know you do as well,
Absolutely.
preparing your show
Yep.
for Monday morning, and Sunday kind of becomes a work day, which is fine. But there's no need for me to do a darn thing. Once we get, you want to do a meeting? No. Like, schedule for next week.
No.
I'm not doing a meeting, anything after 10 o'clock on Friday. I'm out.
Yeah. So you got some texts coming in. 206 said -3.
Yeah, -3. We got some others, though, say 10.
And wait a minute. Oh, how
Because
about
some
this?
people do things that, like, you can't slack off of. Like, this guy says he builds foundations. So, like, you can't slack off of that. Hey, if you're a foundation builder, how do you feel about the offensive line? You think you could come build one here? Sorry.
and just so you know, there's some of you all that you have to. Construction, a lot of you guys, you don't have that luxury. I'm just talking about the majority.
Okay. The office workers.
The
office workers.
Especially in Seattle, let's just say, which today isn't the day, let's say it's going to be nice out.
Oh, wow.
Let's say it's going to be 75 degrees.
Well, then people
degrees.
don't even show up for work, let alone not doing anything once they get there. Then they don't even show up for work. That's not even an option here in Seattle.
Okay, somebody just said the grass is greener. DK Metcalf, you guys probably saw it, heard about it. DK Metcalf was on the Get Got.
Yeah, what do you think of Get Got in general? What does that mean?
They have Hennessy on the floor.
Okay.
They put drinks in their cups.
Yeah.
What do I think about the podcast?
Yeah. It's good.
I mean, they get good guests.
Yeah.
Mike Robb and Marshawn Lynch?
Yeah.
Yeah, they get good guests.
I mean, they get pretty good access to some great people.
Yeah.
And Marshawn's entertained. Everything Marshawn says is kind of funny.
Sure. The content, the content, especially yesterday, if you are a Seahawk fan, it was kind of curious because you are now just hearing from DK Metcalf. And you're hearing some of the things he's saying, how he's saying it, and just the energy. First, before I go into what he said, I want to have a discussion with all of you about something. Is it me, or when's the last time you seen DK look so happy talking to people? It stands out to me because I didn't realize it until I saw him in his press conference with the Steelers, and I saw him talking to Marshawn and Mike Robb, to which I said to myself, it reminds me of that person who got out of a relationship, got into a new relationship, and you like, oh, Mike Salk, you look so happy.
Yeah.
And to which I don't know if I'm taking it personal, but I'm just like, man, bro.
I think
how did we, and maybe you guys can answer, how did we lose that connection with DK? What happened?
Yeah, it does feel it's a good point. It's a good observation. Yeah. I think what, in retrospect, right, seeing him as unguarded as he looked yesterday on that podcast, and you're right, when he was meeting with the media in Pittsburgh, shows the opposite. How guarded and how, I'm going to use the word I don't think that's right. I'm going to stay with guarded. It's not quite standoffish. Standoffish would suggest that DK was being sort of a jerk to the media, or he wasn't that.
He wasn't.
So I don't think that's fair. I'm not going to use standoffish. Fair. It maybe came close to that, but I think the right word is guarded. He was always just a little on edge and a little guarded every time he was talking here, and it does seem as if he let some of that guard down in what we've seen kind of since then.
Well,
so why was that?
So after seeing that energy, now I was curious. Let me hear what's saying.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what sound you guys have, but he has some very interesting things to say. What do you have sound of when he talked about the Grub situation?
I have that. I just played that. Let me play you this. This was DK talking about how he felt when Lockett was released and how some of the culture had changed over the last few years.
Well, we felt it throughout the whole season. So Locke been there since 2019, since my rookie year. And since 2019, it was me, him, Gino, and Jay Reed. Those were the only four. Well, and Mike Dixon and J-Mon. But we were the only 6 people left from that 2019 team. The team that beat the 49ers, or the team that felt actually that real camaraderie in the building. Yeah. And now when you start switching out OCs and switching out head coaches, you start getting different messages from what you're used to. Like, we didn't go in there screaming, always compete anymore, or the Pete messages were gone.
Completely gone.
So now it's just 6 outsiders.
Stop right there. Thank you, Mike Salk. That is the perfect cut for you to play. I listened to that, and I heard that, and to which I said, that's kind of unfair. And I think what it means it's unfair is that when Mebane and Red Bryant, and those are the ones that were still left from, Mike Holmgren and Mora, and then now Pete, and they took on that attitude of, not that they were outsiders, they took on that attitude of, man, I'm still here. Obviously, this new regime looks to us to help this team be better. And when I hear DK say that, and by the way, I'm not chastising him. He feels how he feels. That's his opinion. But when he sits there and says, we felt like outsiders, and the always compete, and Pete messages were no longer there, I'm thinking to myself, well, it's not Pete. And I think
essentially, why didn't you try to buy into the new regime and the new messaging?
Right, and
because it wasn't like it was replaced by nothing.
Right,
there was a new regime and a new message. Why was that one not one you could buy into?
I'd argue for as much as Pete and the LOB era and all that, we all know that was a great time. However, you can't have that same message because the messenger isn't here. One. And two, like you said, what about Mike McDonald's message?
What about just being open-minded to the new message?
Right. And again, if that's not what you want to do, and wait, one more thing.
Yeah.
Here's what's confusing. I want to add to it. The confusing part is this: the messaging, the uncertainty, and all that stuff. But right now in Pittsburgh is the most uncertain situation in the world.
I know.
Like, you are a wide receiver. Who's your quarterback?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and I'm sure if DK were here, he would say something like, look, I was in Seattle for all that time. This was my second head coach. It was going to be my fourth offensive coordinator. It was going to be my third starting quarterback. Like, I understand that there's been some turnover, but that doesn't feel that unique in the NFL. Here's the last thing, and I got some other things I want to make sure we talk about. I think I've been struggling to talk about this DK stuff all day, and here's why. I'm just kind of happy. Just like DK is. Everyone is one here. DK gets to go somewhere else, and he's happy. Great. The Seahawks moved on from DK. Great. That's kind of what I wanted them to do anyway. I'm not mad at him for being happy about being somewhere else. I'm not mad at him because he got to go to the type of environment and the type of stability that he really wanted. If he wasn't a good fit with what Mike McDonald was talking about or preaching or whatever the new offensive court, fine. Good. I hope he goes somewhere else and is very happy. Clearly, they weren't a good match for each other. It almost feels, I know it wasn't necessarily an amicable breakup, but it kind of feels like it should have been. Like, the only reason it's not an amicable breakup is because there's emotions involved and people get caught up in their emotions. But if you look at it from the outside and take away some of the emotion, this is like a win-win scenario for everybody.
I understand what you're saying about being happy about, hey, you know what, the Seahawks pivot, they moved on, and okay. I also understand if you're someone that, and I believe in this too, look, man, love who loves you, right? If DK doesn't want to be here, totally understand about him being traded. With that being said, selfishly speaking, the reason why I'm not all the way happy about it, I understand, but I'm not happy because the Seahawks drafted him. The Seahawks, like, hey.
But it was a different Seahawks. I mean, that was a Seahawks that was doing things differently. And maybe he fit the type of messaging, his personality fit the type of messaging and philosophy that Pete Carroll had. Maybe it just doesn't fit what Mike McDonald wants to do, and that's okay. Not everybody is going to fit. So go somewhere else where you think you're going to fit better. We'll find out if that works for him. And Mike McDonald can bring in players that fit the philosophy that he has. Yeah. That seems like a great win-win for everyone.
Well, it was John. It was John that was here that drafted him. You know, the same GM that's here today. And
but John doesn't have to deal with him on a daily basis.
I mean,
right? I mean, like, he's not coaching him.
He's not coaching him, but
he drafted him to fit Pete Carroll. Yeah, but that doesn't mean he would have drafted him to fit Mike McDonald.
But now someone will say, okay, John, go do it again.
Yeah.
And what I mean by it's not easy to go do that again. Like, it's not easy to go and draft them. Oh, that's easy. Or the Emeka Ibuka and all these different wide receivers, the receiver from Arizona. Go and get that guy. No. It is not easy to draft someone and have them get to the second contract and build from there. In order to win Super Bowls, ask the Philadelphia Eagles. How did the Philadelphia Eagles win the Super Bowl? Through the draft. Most of those pieces are coming from draft players. How did the Seahawks beat up on the Broncos in the Super Bowl? Through the draft. So, again, I understand what you're saying.
But when you
Sorry
say
if I'm
through the
not always
draft,
so
that
happy.
doesn't always mean through the third contract of a guy that you drafted. It might mean guys that you've drafted within the last 5 or 6 years. It doesn't always mean guys that you drafted 7, 8 years ago.
Yep.
So I look again. I guess some of this is my own bias. This is how I always kind of wanted it to go. So the fact that DK's gone, I certainly don't want to torch him on the way out the door, and I don't want to torch John on it either. Like I feel like this is what was better for everybody.
But he did say,
yeah, good.
He did mention that the grass is greener.
He did,
and I want to say this.
How does he know? He doesn't know that yet, though.
True, but if I were telling and talking to DK right now, and I had text messages from former players that hit me up that said, "Whew, this is still the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what, this is a fraternity. No matter what you say and how you say can follow you." Right? Like those kind of comments like that. Like when you get ready to leave a team or a relationship or you leave a job, let's make it, put it in layman's terms. If you right now were getting ready to leave your job, is it best to give that 2-week notice? Or is it best to just not show up on a Friday and be like, I ain't calling back no more? You never know.
You don't want to burn
might
bridges. Need
that recommendation.
Yeah, you don't want to burn bridges. I think that's all very fair and accurate. I totally agree with you. Yeah, there's no need for that. You don't want to burn bridges on your way out the door.
You just don't want to do that.
But
and by the way,
the
DK,
other thing I would say is, can you think of anyone who's left here and found that the grass was actually greener somewhere else?
That's what a lot of people were texting me.
Who's found that? What player left here and was like, you know what? Thank God I got out of Seattle. That's when everything really worked out for me.
I had one player,
Earl Thomas.
I had one player text me yesterday who was on that Super Bowl champion team and said, "Oh, they about to find out what life is like outside of Seattle."
Golden Tate.
I've got one for you. Cody Barton.
Yeah, Cody Barton is the one.
He's actually thriving in Denver.
Cody Barton is. He just got paid again. Somebody else just signed him.
I got
All right, Cody Barton can come in and say the grass is greener.
I gotta tell you guys this.
He can say it.
True story. I want to tell you. In 22 seasons, 22 since 2003, since I've been around these guys, not one time have I. Now I don't even know Cody Barton like that, but not one time has somebody hit me up and like, "Hey G, hey man, listen." Here in Detroit or here in Cleveland or here in San Diego. By the way, that's a specific story because when they were in San Diego, my man Mebane, hope Mebane don't be upset about this, they literally used to eat lunch under a tent. They literally used to stay in 3-star hotels. Yeah. They literally, like a lot of these organizations are not like Seattle. Trust me. So anyway, just want to kind of put that out there.
Yeah, I would be curious how many guys could actually say the grass was greener somewhere else.
Someone texted Puna too. There's some guys that are actually doing well now. I don't know if they like the organization.
Yeah,
but
that's fair.
Puna had a really good year.
Puna might be another one.
Somebody says Frank Clark.
No.
No, check this out, guys.
He came back.
You might and think of poker right now. You might call me with a Super Bowls for Frank. I'll raise you with everything else outside of those Super Bowls for Frank.
Yeah, I don't think everything has gone well for him since then.
I'll raise you on that one. The Super Bowls, yes.
Well, yeah, you can win elsewhere. I don't think. Yes, of course you can go elsewhere and win.
He played a real role on that Chiefs Super Bowl defense.
But I don't know whether he would. I mean, maybe he would. He did come back here when it was all said and done.
No, but to G's point, for as many guys as we've maybe seen make comments on their way out that they're a little frustrated, we've seen as many want to come back and talk about missing it, right?
Now they miss it. I mean, they miss it. I mean, we're talking. Hey, everybody, we're talking about socks, draws, bubble gum. I mean, when I tell you over at the VMAC, I ain't trying to tell you all the business, but I'll tell you a little bit of stuff, man. Any and everything that you need. Yeah, you need some
draws.
They got
free underwear?
Man, they got it all for you.
Briefs, boxers,
you don't
boxer
get
briefs.
This at other organizations.
Hold on a minute. Are you telling me you can get underwear?
I was exaggerating on the draws.
Because that feels like something you should have to buy yourself.
Okay, let me be clear, because I don't want them over right now at the Virginia Mesa Athletic Center like G's over here saying we giving away draws.
Okay, they're not giving away draws.
I've never seen draws.
Okay.
But I have, I've seen individual like gum, like different brands of gum, socks, T-shirts, and then I remember like guys would always be like, okay, how much I got to pay? How much I owe for this? Because when you go to other organizations, it's like, hey, what is that? Is that one T-shirt? Okay, it's going to come out of your check, buddy. You know what I mean? Like, and by the way, another thing too, Seattle, there's love, and I'm not trying to pander to the fans a little bit, but look, if everything's good here in Seattle, Seattle fans are pretty cool. And in Philadelphia, when they were 9-1 last year, the Philadelphia Eagles fans were still destroying them. When they were 9-1. New York, it gets nuts. All right. I'm done.
No, I think all of that is fair. Now, I think one group that has found success, maybe after leaving here, have been offensive linemen, and that was part of the conversation yesterday with John Schneider. Gee, I made this list. These are 8 players, 8 interior offensive linemen who were considered to have some level of impact that all went somewhere else this offseason. Dahlman, Kelly, Tooney, Fries, Becton, Bradbury, Zeitler, and now Tevin Jenkins. 8. 8 wanted offensive linemen that all went somewhere else. And John was on yesterday with Wyman and Bob doing his weekly show, which was great, and he made some really good points. And I agree with him that you don't want to just start throwing bad money after good to try to, fix a problem or overspend on a player. He also goes on to say that they've got to do a better job of not just identifying, but developing his offensive line.
I think the money spent on our offensive linemen that we've let out of here is top 3 in the National Football League. And so the guys that have moved on and gotten, received other contracts. So there is a narrative that, they can't evaluate offensive linemen, but the rest of the league sees it different because they're signing our guys. So yes, we have missed on some guys, no question. There's also a level of we haven't developed guys either, because they've gone on and played pretty well at other places. Maybe the guys are a little bit better, than we're giving them credit for here in our organization, and maybe we need to do a better job of saying, hey, no, this guy is not maybe. We should. We shouldn't let this guy go because he could go be a solid starter somewhere else. Offensive line as a whole, because the talent level is so different than all the other positions, it's a hard position to evaluate. That's why we got Hutch helping us, we got Jason Peters.
And he goes on to say that maybe what they've got here right now is better than we think.
And that's what was great about these guys coming in, Rick Dennison and JB, and they know exactly what they want, and they like our guys, and they're like, hey, that guy's not better than this guy. We want to work with this guy. As Mike, as you guys have heard him say before, that's the number one quality in a coach is teaching and getting the best out of people and developing. It was very exciting that they were excited about our guys.
You buying it?
Yes. I buy what he says, and then I'm going to need, and I know probably John's listening, and I'm going to need John to follow up with paying Charles Cross when it's time, right? There's a lot of people that's watching that. Right, Charles Cross, left tackle, come in, first-round draft pick. He's done his thing. Now, will Charles Cross get his second contract in Seattle?
I think so. Don't you?
No, I think so too.
Yeah,
I think we all think so. But when that happens, just so you guys know, this isn't just for Charles Cross. This is for other people watching. This is for other people talking. Right? When you have people to say things like, yeah, man, you can go ball out, and no matter how good you are in Seattle, there is a possibility that you might not get paid in Seattle. And so, like John said, to which he's right on this, other teams do value the guys that do leave out of here. So that's been kind of true as well. So we will see. I'm confident. They say that they like the young guys that they have, and I believe that. In order to, we were talking about something about yesterday on the reset. And we're talking about 3 things that makes a Super Bowl team, period. This is when it comes to a player and it comes to everything. Three things: culture, contract, and talent, period. And the contract it has to work. For an example, the contract situation did not work with Geno. The contract situation, I think Geno would have been happier here in Seattle if he got a new contract, and I, in my heart of hearts, don't think Seattle wanted to play him $30+ million a season to play wide receiver. That's fine. So it didn't work out on the contract part. The next thing has to be talent. Well, I think Geno had talent. I think DK had talent, right? You need talent to win in this game. And the next thing is culture. And what I mean by culture is you got to have guys that want to be here. You have to have a coaching staff and the head office that wants you here. It has to work out culturally. You have to want to be here. If you don't have those 3 things, you cannot have a Super Bowl. And collectively, you need to have that. You need to have it talent-wise, you need to have it culture-wise, and you need to have it work out with the contract. That's it. That's the game. That's how you win the Super Bowls. Culture, contract and talent.
It's certainly a simple way of looking at it, and I don't know that I could disagree with any of that. The question on the offensive line is, what's been missing? Is it the coaching or is it the talent? I'm not sure. I'm surprised that the guy who did the drafting is saying it's been the coaching.
Let me be fair with that. I think it has been a combination of all things.
That's what I think too.
I think it has been a combination of the talent. I think it also has been a combination of the coaches. Because when we talk about this, I asked somebody the other day, they were like, "Man, hey, G, they gotta address the offensive line, man. They gotta bring some offensive line guys." To which I asked them, "Can you give me the name of the offensive line coach?" Like, nobody ever talks about the coach. They just talks about like O-lines just come in here and get it done. There's development that needs to happen as well. And hearing John talk about that, hearing him say that they're confident and they love the young guys that they have. That's
I guess I would just say, why not both? That doesn't need to be an either or. That can be a both. Because they addressed the offensive line coach and they brought in 3 different guys to try to help with it this offseason.
Yeah.
You can also address the
31 other teams are trying to do the same thing.
I know. And 8 other guys just managed to go elsewhere. You couldn't find one of them. One guy was too big. One guy was too small. One guy didn't do this. One guy didn't do that. One guy had, okay, each one of those examples makes sense. But 8 of them in a row?
Yeah.
That's where I start to have a little issue.
By the way, I just want to let y'all know that Mike Salk came to support me last weekend. My wife had her pop-up at a coffee location, and Mike showed up, he and his beautiful daughter, Avery. And I just want to, I just give you a hard time. But, you know.
Yeah.
He's all right.
He's all right.
I appreciate that.
I just want to say
Thank you for telling people that I'm all right. That's nice of you. It might be the nicest compliment I'll get today, so I'll take it.
It's a better ending than last week.
I know. Yeah, last week we were yelling at each other last week, and then the next day I came to your wife's thing.
That's right.
But you know why? Because your wife is awesome. It has really nothing to do with you. Your wife is delightful. She's lovely. I don't know how she's put up with you as long as she has, but she's great, and her banana bread is even better. And yeah, it is actually pretty cool to come down and see you guys
she saw in me the same thing that you saw in me when you offered me $54,000.
We're both just developing you along the way, each in our own way. All right, Moore's got a little game for us. We'll play it next, and then we'll turn it over to you guys at 9:30 for some calls. Yeah. Don't forget to listen to G and Ursula. They're 9 to noon on our sister station, 97.3 Cairo News Radio. Yep. And then, of course, he's got the Reset podcast as well, which you can find on YouTube. We'll be right back. I'm Brock and Salk.
Opening day is almost here, and we're sending one of you and a friend to experience it like never before.
Swing and a drive, deep to left field.
With front row access to all the opening day ceremonies, from player introductions to Ichiro's ceremonial first pitch, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app, then click on the Win tab. If you don't already have the app, simply text app to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Friday, March 21st.
Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You know, there are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. The end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. It's the united understanding among Lee Johnson employees that customers are the purpose of our day. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rate supply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Bracket busted? Don't worry, Madness Maniacs, you still have a shot at winning. Head to seattlesports.com/win to fill out your 16-team bracket. It's not too late to join in on the fun. It's the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. And the winner of the 16-team competition will win a $500 Visa gift card. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win. Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino.
What's up, everyone? It's me, the Mariners Gatorade Cooler, and I wouldn't trade my view from the dugout for anything. Watching Logan Gilbert mid-shutout, taking a breather right beside me, he is calm, collected, and fully locked in. Keep it coming, Walter.
Swing and a miss. Logan Gilbert, 6 straight strikeouts.
And Victor Robles, running by me with the trident in hand. I'm getting chills just thinking about it. And that's not just because I'm filled with ice.
How about Victor Robles? It landed all the way to the second deck.
And when Cal walks it off, oh, you know what time it is.
A walk-off grand slam for Cal Rowley.
It's celebration time, and they never see me coming. Mariners baseball, Trident's up.
The Mariners are kicking off the season with a stacked slate of promotions, including a Julio Bat Flip Bobble March 31st to April 2nd and a Cal Platinum Glove Bobble April 7th to April 9th. All 6 dates are Mariners value games, which means you can score seats starting at just $10. Get your tickets at mariners.com/promos.
Something amazing is happening in data management. Even though storage needs are constantly changing, companies are only paying for what they need now. That's because CDW customized a Pure Storage Evergreen One SLA-driven storage as a service solution that delivers enterprise-grade hybrid cloud storage that is effortless, efficient, and evergreen. Simplify storage administration with Pure Storage and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/purestorage.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's with limited time savings on the supplies pros need. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on every $1,000 you spend on select major appliances. And don't miss your chance to activate and earn 3 times the points on select DeWalt and Klein tools. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 3/28. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details on qualifying items.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on the interview.
It doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It's kind of good, though.
Now, here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello!
Ooh, final hour of our week. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports 710, seattlesports.com. Starting to smell the weekend a little bit. I can feel it. It's only an hour away. We'll have a little need to know in 15 minutes. Like. Oh, it smells good. It smells delightful. It smells like fresh flowers, Maura. I don't know. Yeah, we can smell the weekend. And then we'll finish up the show with you guys, of course, 9:30. I'll be curious what the people have to say today. Last week, obviously, everything had gone down. We had a lot of big phone calls and all that. Like, what's on people's mind this week? Are we going to have to, like, beg for calls? I hope not. I don't want to deal with that at 9:30. So start thinking about things you guys might want to talk about, and we'll turn it over to you at 9:30, of course. Right now, Maura's put together a delightful little game show, and we'll play some buy or sell. All right, buy or sell. This is another one of the very complicated games that we like to play here on the station. Buy or sell.
We do have a time. This isn't, I don't know if it's not breaking news like a trade was made or something, but I think this will be something that I've been hoping for that many fans will like. The Mariners just announced Root Sports Stream.
I'm seeing
You can watch
this.
Mariners games in market for just $19.99 a month. No blackouts, no cable or satellite subscriptions needed.
I'm looking at this email as you're talking,
That is
Maura.
something that we've been asking for a long
Let
time.
me read this. In fact, kill the music. We'll buy or sell in it. Kill the music. We can't have music behind this.
This is more important.
Kill the music.
I didn't want to oversell it like people thought there was a trade or something, but this is pretty big. People have been hoping for this.
The Mariners announced the launch of Root Sports Stream app. Root Sports Stream, a direct-to-consumer and TV everywhere streaming app, providing sports fans in the Northwest access to all Root Sports programming, including Mariners games and other Mariners-related content. No blackouts, no cable or satellite subscription or contract required. Fans who already have Root Sports through a participating cable, satellite, or streaming provider will be able to authenticate into it.
I'm so excited
Or
about
you can
this.
buy it for $19.99. All right.
Let's go.
Well, that is a big, big deal. That's a big deal. That's a really, really big deal. Not if, yeah, I mean, for those of us who got Fubo the last couple of years, specifically for this. So if I can now figure out how to just get like a couple of other things, like I can I can save a ton of money on this.
$100 a month, yeah.
Absolutely. This is tremendous.
That is huge.
Yeah. Wow.
I'm excited.
That is really, really great news. I am excited about that. Not gonna lie. I'm sorry. I'm doing a little work while I'm talking, but that's great.
Considering the text that I've seen come in about this, I would think that our listeners are pretty excited about this as well.
That is, I think that is the number one sort of outside of the product. That is the number one fan complaint and has been for a while. Just the accessibility of being able to just watch Mariner games. I don't want a full cable package, but I keep it around for Root Sports.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I will tell you,
A lot of people don't want to. Everybody did cord cutting, and then there was like ways that you were forced back into it somehow.
I have Fubo. I watch 2 channels. Seriously, I watch 2 channels on Fubo. Golf Channel and Root Sports.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I have them both favorited, and those are the only channels I watch. I don't need it for anything else. Everything else is on Max or on Netflix or Amazon Prime or whatever. I mean, the Kraken are now on Amazon Prime. HBO Max gives me TNT and Turner when the games are on there. I guess I'll need to spend a little bit of money on something for, Disney will probably give me ESPN, right? If I have Disney Plus, can I get ESPN that way? Some sort of bundle? I mean, what else do I possibly need? And then I get the local channels, 4, 7, and 13. 4, 5, 7, and 13. I don't know what else I need. That's great news. Oh, this is going to save me some money. Thank you. Thank you, Kevin Martinez. Thank you, Mariners. Thank you. Oh, that really, really is good news.
Great way to go into the
Really, that makes the weekend even better. This is available to fans living in the Mariners television territory, as defined by Major League Baseball. So you've got to live, and I'm sorry for those who live outside of this zone. You've got to live in downtown Seattle only. No, I'm just kidding. You've got to live in Washington, Oregon, Montana, Alaska, and portions of Idaho. How about that? You got to live in Washington, Oregon, Montana, Alaska, portions of Idaho. So you got to live in the Mariners area. But assuming you do, you can now purchase a full slate of games for $20 for the season. That is awesome, man. That is really, really good news for us. And I'm curious to see what it looks like from a Mariner perspective in terms of how they're able to change the revenue that's been lost in the last few years as the RSN changes have, as we know, really hurt teams. I'm not going to sit here and cry poor for owners because of the RSNs, but we know. I mean, we've talked about this a million times. Baseball has needed to change its money-making strategy. Said this for years. For the last, let's call it 25 years, last 2 to 3 decades. Baseball revenue has been subsidized by non-baseball fans, right? How do the RSNs work? Essentially, because the Root would get a a portion of everybody's subscription. It's subscription fees, not just ratings. So for everybody who had Root Sports on their cable package, they were paying a portion of that to Root Sports. They didn't know it. In some cases, they didn't watch it or didn't even know that it existed on their cable package. So a lot of either non-sports fans or non-viewing fans were helping to subsidize the game of baseball for years, decades. That has obviously gone away in large capacity in the last few years as more and more people cut cords. And the numbers on the cord cutting is staggering. And the effects on revenue across baseball, this isn't a Mariner issue, the effects on revenue across baseball have been staggering as well. Some teams are in unique positions to deal with it better than others, but ultimately this reckoning has been coming where baseball teams are going to have to find new ways of bringing in revenue. And I've said for a while, this is going to make the product even more important, right? If you're going to spend $20 for the Mariners package, you better bring a team that I want to watch, right? If I'm going to be spending money specifically on that, not just as a part of my overall cable package, then I need to really like the product. And oh, by the way, you know what else becomes more important? In their business model, ratings, advertising, right? It becomes an even bigger portion of your revenue. So I have felt for a while like this should ultimately be a good thing for fans, not only because it costs less, but also, and the convenience of it, be able to watch it wherever you are, but also it should force teams across baseball to care more and more about winning as ratings become a larger factor in what their revenue is. So this is great news. Really excited. Happy for Kevin Martinez. Happy for the entire Mariner organization, and especially happy for Mariner fans. This is probably the best Mariner news we've gotten in a while.
Yeah.
I'm excited about this.
They posted it on their X account. I reposted it if you want to as well. All the information is there. You can click their frequently asked questions because we have people kind of texting in some questions to us. But the general response is that everyone's pretty psyched.
Yeah, pretty darn cool, as you should. Hold on. Is it $20 a month or 20? Let me make sure I got this right. How much does it cost? Did I say 20 a season?
$19.99 a month.
A month. Excuse me. I may have lied to the people. I'm sorry, but I didn't mean a season. $20 a month. Either way.
Still way cheaper than $100 a month for Fubo.
Yeah, and that's less than $1 a game. Right? I think that's how I would look at it. That's $1. That's under $1 a game. All right. Sorry. I'm sorry if I said $20 for the year. I didn't mean that. $20 a month. Less than $1 a game. It's probably, 25, 26 games in a month? Mm-hmm. So a little less than $1 a game. That's a pretty good deal. That's a pretty good deal right there. $20 a month to watch baseball. Count me in. We'll come right back with everything else you need to know, and then we'll open up the phones. Brock and Salk, Sales Sports on 710.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What do you love about the Uchenna Nwosu signing?
I just love that he gave the team a team-friendly deal. And let's not forget, when he's healthy, my man had 10 sacks, right? He played over 900 snaps for the Seahawks that year. He was healthy, only 12 games after that. But when he is healthy, he's volleying on the edge. You can run some stunts with him and DeMarcus or whoever else is in there. This is a great signing. You need his leadership, his intensity. It's going to be nice.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
On March 28th,
a 19-year-old girl was kidnapped. I'm going to bring her home.
Jason Statham is a working man.
Where's the girl?
You a cop?
You wish I was a cop.
From the director of The Beekeeper.
This is human trafficking.
You do this, you better go full on.
Is that a grenade?
Yep.
You ain't a cop. You're a working man.
That's right. Time to get to work.
A working man. Rated R. Under 17. Not admitted without parent. Only in theaters March 28th.
Mike's Western Suppliers and CL Western Apparel remind parents to enroll your kids in a positive youth program. Sports, hobbies, and community activities improve overall health and performance in school. These programs decrease drug use and violence and develop self-discipline and leadership skills. Let's team together this year to help our kids reach their full potential. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Mike's Western Suppliers and CL Western Apparel. Family owned and proudly serving our community for over 30 years.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's with limited time savings on the supplies pros need. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on every $1,000 you spend on select major appliances. And don't miss your chance to activate and earn 3 times the points on select DeWalt and Klein tools. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 3/28. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details on qualifying items.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Spring is here. Start your home improvement projects and save with Washington Energy's Spring Savings Event. Enhance your home with 20% off high-quality Anderson windows and enjoy energy savings as well as the modern or traditional window styles you love. For an entirely fresh look for your home, invest in beautiful interior and exterior doors from Codell. Expertly installed by Washington Energy Services and also 20% off. Great financing and service you can trust make Washington Energy Services the clear choice. Call today for a free estimate.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, aka only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at shaneco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, partner, what's one word that comes to mind when truck month rolls around at West Hills Autoplex?
Well, that's easy. Work, play, push, pull, haul, tow, trails, snow, Ford, Chevy, Ram, GMC, Toyota, trucks and trucks and trucks and...
Celebrate Truck Month at the West Hills Autoplex, just off the Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3, Bremerton, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
Hazelwood has it! Trucks and trucks and trucks.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, I think it's pretty exciting news just coming out a few minutes ago. Root Sports offering Root Sports Stream app. So all Mariners games will air there, $20 a month. So that's going to be about $120 for the season, give or take. Will get you full access to every Mariner game that's on Root Sports without needing a cable package, a Fubo package, a DirecTV package, anything like that. All of it will now go or can go through the Root Sports Stream app. It's a compliment to the existing, this is from Kevin Martinez, Mariners president. It's a compliment to the existing valuable partnerships that Root Sports has with TV providers to bring Mariner baseball to all fans in the Pacific Northwest. So if you get your Root Sports currently through any of those other services, then nothing changes. And you can sign into this stream through that already at no additional charge. If you have cut a cord and you are no longer using cable or satellite or anything like that, you can just pay directly for Mariner baseball, $20 a month. I would assume that is, your choice each month too. So yeah, it gives you a lot of options for how you want to watch, how you want to consume. And I think that's great news for Mariner fans who I know have been frustrated by this for quite some time. Team is at it today. Split squad games. They're at Kansas City and home against the Reds. Logan Evans in one game on the road, Logan Gilbert in the other game at home. Final tune-up for your opening day starter, Logan Gilbert. And yes, 6 days away from the opener and a couple of last decisions that will need to be made. We've talked through the Tellez or Haniger conversation. I think it's pretty simple. I think it's going to be Rowdy Tellez. And thanks to him for joining us earlier today. I thought he made a good point, asking him about whether spring training numbers matter. And he said, look, they don't matter for some people. They matter for others. If you're locked in and you're on a team and you don't have to worry about your roster spot, they maybe don't mean jack squat. But if you're Rowdy Tellez and you're new and you've got to show up and prove to them that you belong and that you should make the team, those numbers absolutely matter, as do the quality of your bats, as does how you handle yourself in the clubhouse. And he does seem to be one of those guys that other players gravitate towards. He's fun, he's funny, he's dry, he's got some digs and pokes and chirps for everybody else around him. So good on him. I thought that there was a lot there. Elsewhere, Gonzaga beat Georgia yesterday. Husky women, unfortunately, lose a heartbreaker. They fall to Columbia and don't make the tournament.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
John Schneider, speaking yesterday with Wyman and Bob, was explaining the free agent or lack of free agent offensive line activity for the team this year. Here's what he had to say.
It's really a combination. The draft is strong. It feels like a really nice group. We like the guys we drafted last year, the younger guys that we have in that room, and our coaches. We're excited to come here and work with those guys as well. Saw an upside in them. And then also, we're at a point in free agency now where guys are we're in phase 2 really quick. And so you're figuring out, guys are trying to figure out what their market value is. And, some agents have promised a guy that they'll make at least, call it $8 million a year, or whatever, $5 million a year. And the market's not telling them that. So now we're at a point where it's like, okay, guys go and visit places. And, we had, like I said, several guys in here this week. We had probably 5 guys in this week. We'll have another guy in this weekend. And then, have the docs spend time with them and keep negotiating with the agent.
And all that stuff makes sense. Again, John understands this as well as anybody, and he does a really good job with it. But it's still hard for me to fathom that 8 different offensive linemen have all managed to go elsewhere, all interior offensive linemen, all of whom I think would have helped. And I know that none of them are perfect. All of them carry a level of risk. There's a lot of good reasons why each of the players that didn't sign here or weren't wanted here. But at the end of the day, you've got to do something, right? You got to do something to try to fix this mammoth problem that they haven't been able to fix. So what are they doing? As John has said now a bunch of times, they're trying to do it through coaching and development.
And that's what was great about these guys coming in, Rick Dennison and JB, and they know exactly what they want, and they like our guys, and they're like, that guy's not better than this guy. We want to work with this guy. As Mike, as you guys have heard him say before, like that's the number one quality in a coach is like teaching and getting the best out of people and developing. It was very exciting that they were excited about our guys.
Yeah, that is good, and hopefully they can get more out of some of the players, especially the ones that I think that a lot of fans became frustrated with last year. Christian Haynes is going to be the one that jumps out to me because he was drafted fairly highly and then was surpassed by virtually everybody else on the roster last year, even when they could have really used him. So, yeah, can you get more out of Christian Haynes this year? You would almost have to, and if the new coaching staff can get more out of some of those young players that the team, quite frankly, has not yet, obviously that would be even more valuable than just signing guys in free agency.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I've been playing this DK Metcalf sound, and it is news, and I think it's something you got to know because you've got to hear it. But again, like, I kind of not, like, I feel like this is good news for everybody all around. Like, DK feels like the grass is greener somewhere else. Great. I think that he benefits, the team benefits. I think everybody feels pretty happy. I was a little surprised to hear this from the Tyler Lockett perspective.
Just to not feel reciprocated, that was like the start of Locke was coming to me and like, yeah, bro, I don't think I'm going to be here next year with the way that they doing me. I'm like, that's my brother. Like, Locke just came off a ban last year. Like, Locke had, if not 1,000, it was damn close to it.
Bro, you can almost count 1,000 every single time he out there every season. If he's playing, he gonna get 1,000 yards, bro.
And it's like, I had to sit and watch my brother be told, you're not good enough no more. And that was basically the hard part for me, because I see this man cooking niggas on Sunday. Like, whenever we need a big time third down.
Right there.
Throw it to
him. He talking about, get your ass in there. I'm going to get in there. Yeah. Let me just get this heat thing.
Well, I guess that part surprised me. You know what? At the end of the day, players are always going to be upset when they or other players don't get the same level of respect as they once did based on how their play has changed. And so, I don't know. It just doesn't surprise me all that much. Not a ton of news for me. That's everything you need to know. 15:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, we're going to open up the phones here in just a moment. Let's see. 253 says $120 to stream your home team play is ridiculous. No, it's not. No, it's not at all. Because first of all, you don't have to pay it. If you are already getting it through your current provider, fine. Otherwise, for a full year, you could pay essentially 1 month of what you would be paying for Fubo or something along those lines. It's a great deal. I'm sorry, I failed to see how that's a problem. That, to me, is a pretty good thing. Maybe you mean it in a good way. $120 to stream your home team play is ridiculous. Maybe it's a good thing. Like, man, that's ridiculous. That's great. That's kind of how I saw it. All right, let's open up the phones. Lyle, you ready in there? 866-979-3776. As I said, I'm a little concerned. I don't know what people want to talk about today. You want to talk about DK. You want to talk about Lockett and some of their frustration. You want to talk about the lack of offensive line investment here for the Seahawks. Are you buying John Schneider's idea that the investment has been made in the coaching staff, and if you can develop the players you already got, that'll be enough? 866-979-3776. You want to talk Mariners as we're 6 days away from opening day? Lyle and I spent some time earlier talking through the roster and some of the challenges with where everybody's playing and the defense in the infield and Luke Raley hitting against lefties. How do you feel about the way the Mariner roster is constructed now that it is kind of what it is? 866-979-3776. Guys, anything else that's on your mind? We had John Forsland come on, speak very bluntly about the Kraken and say, yeah, that loss the other day was embarrassing. He's not a fan. It didn't seem like, anyway, of the way Dan Bilesma's system is being adapted by the players. So, yeah, all of that. 866-979-3776. I hope we got calls today. If you've never called before, today would be a good day to call for the first time. I want to talk to you. Let's do it next. I'm Brock and Salk.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What do you love about the Uchenna Nwosu signing?
I just love that he gave the team a team-friendly deal. And let's not forget, when he's healthy, my man had 10 sacks, right? He played over 900 snaps for the Seahawks that year. He was healthy, only 12 games after that. But when he is healthy, he's volleying on the edge. You can run some stunts with him and DeMarcus or whoever else is in there. This is a great signing. You need his leadership, his intensity. It's going to be nice.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, T-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you. With aggressive auto insurance lawyers on your side, you will secure the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal, fighting for you.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90NATION.
Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing, and they have got the perfect slogan. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset, and I witnessed this firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and again when I had him do work on my roof. Now this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing because you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
from the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Oh, it sounds like the horns of Fela Kuti. Must be 9:30 on a Friday morning. Must be our chance to talk to you guys, the people. The phone lines are open, 866-979-3776, and they're full. I wasn't sure what was going to go on today. Mariners, Seahawks, Kraken.
Me either, I know.
Tournament,
People showed
whatever.
up for you.
Yeah, I like that. I appreciate all of you guys who are on the phone, and I'll just start jamming through these. I don't even recognize most of these names, so should be cool. We'll get some folks that maybe we haven't spoken to before. I was sort of also hoping Shonda calls back this week because we had a good conversation built on what she said last week and her questions. So maybe Shonda in Chicago will call in this weekend or today as well. All right, 866-979-3776. Rusty. Sorry. My eyes are going bad. Rusty in Bremerton. What's up, Rusty?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Big fan of the show, guys.
Thanks, man.
Long time Seattle sports fan. Grew up here, and I'm having a problem I need some help with.
Okay.
I turn on the radio station every day, and it's a lot of deja vu. You know, the Seahawks need help up front. The Mariners need more bats. I need some help, bud. What am I missing here?
Well, what you mean is just like that we're unfortunately kind of stuck in this loop with both teams in this same subject. And I sympathize with that as a listener, it can feel like it's the same thing over and over again. I think I get that. I think the surprise is that I felt anyway like both of those things were going to be taken care of in the most recent off seasons. Like, I really felt like, okay, John's going to go out and sign a guard. He talked about how important it is. He knows that, maybe this is the thing that's holding them back. There's 8 guys here that we talked about that were available. He's going to do it. And then he doesn't. And you're like, wait, what? And like the Mariners this offseason, they need a bat. Here are some options. And then they don't do it. So I understand some of the lack of joy there, but it's also just like, isn't it odd that neither of those things happened and both of the GMs decided to bet on new coaching staffs instead?
I totally agree. And I feel like we're stuck in that 8 to 10 wins for the Seahawks and 85 to 90 wins for the Mariners. And that definition of insanity, the old saying, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result.
Yeah.
So I'm really hopeful this year. I'm going to opening day. I can't wait.
Nice.
But I just don't want to have this conversation next year.
All right. Well, I agree with that for sure. Rusty, thanks for the phone call. Thanks for listening, Bremerton. Appreciate the kind words as well. That opens up a line. Yeah, I don't want to have that conversation next year either. I totally agree with that, and I don't want to get stuck in the middle. Now, I think if we had John Schneider and Jerry DiPoto here, and they both had the access to a microphone, they would both say the same thing. We're not doing the same thing. We tried to make changes to our strategy. That just throwing new people at the problem in terms of talent hasn't been the issue. Those same guys that have struggled here have gone elsewhere and had success. John brought up all of the offensive linemen that have gotten big deals elsewhere. Jerry, as we know, and we know the story of Teoscar and all these guys who've kind of come down here but then been up elsewhere. They're both saying, all right, well, the issue then isn't the talent. The issue is how we're strategizing or approaching it or coaching it. And so they made their moves there. I understand that. I hope it works. It might. I mean, there's a very good chance that doing something a different way, in this case, will lead to a different result. So I think that they're actually listening to you in their mind and saying, yeah, with the definition of insanity may be doing the same thing over and over again. We're doing it differently with a different strategy. 866-979-3776. Kevin will go north to Bellingham. Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning. Hey, thank you. Glad to be on.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, so I actually just wanted to talk about the good vibes. I have a great feeling about this year. I think the M's are going all the way to the playoffs. They're going to make a very good contest there in the playoffs. Garver, he's going to be key. I think he's going to hit 30 bombs. He's a student of the game, and he has had Edgar Martinez, who is probably the master of the game at hitting, to learn from. So I think Garver is going to have an amazing season. And J.P. Crawford, man, he is the captain. J.P. is going to have close to a Gold Glove year, if not a Gold Glove year. And we're going to see resurgence of JP. He's got that dad strength now that he's had his first kid, and it's going to be an awesome year. Good ride this whole year.
Well, I hope all of that comes true. Garver does have 30 home runs once in his career, so he's done it once before. It was 2019, so I mean it's been a while. I don't know whether I'm like banking on the 30 home run season, but you know what? It's the week leading up to opening day. If that's what you think is going to happen, I'm not going to be mad at you. Great. I hope that's true. How awesome would that be? As we know, Garver's been up and down season by season. If this is his good year and he hits 25 home runs instead of 30, great. As a backup catcher and DH, that sounds cool. Who's not into that? Like, that'd be great. JP bouncing back, great. Pitching staying healthy. I'm psyched for some Randy Arozarena on a full-time basis. I think he's just fun, man. He's just a fun dude. Fun to watch. Entertaining product. So, yeah, dude, I got no problems if you're calling up today and you're just psyched that the season's about to start, as you should be. Late March, it's about hope. It always is. That's what it should feel like right now. That's great. I love that call. 866-979-3776. Let's try Simon in Tumwater. What's up, Simon? Good morning.
Hey, Mike. First-time caller. Thanks for having me on.
Man, thanks for being a first-time caller. That's so cool.
Oh, yeah. I listen every day, so I appreciate it. I wanted to address John Schneider and just talking about this offensive line. To be quite honest, I find it incredibly maddening and frustrating. I catch myself wanting to have him removed with some of the talk I hear from him constantly. I was just looking at the numbers. They paid $59.2 million on the offensive line right now, and that's dead last in the NFL. $59.2 million. That's half of what the Niners pay. And I think it shows up on the field, and I'm just baffled that we keep going through this. And he can say whatever he wants about trying to grab this guy and that guy and wasn't willing to offer 5 years or whatever. It's just getting frustrating because it's going to show up again, and we'll be talking about this at the same time next year.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree on the investment is one thing, and, I don't want to call them excuses. I don't think they're excuses. I think John's got a legitimate reason why each of those 8 guys I've mentioned a few times today aren't here in Seattle. I think he's got a good reason for all of them. But I should say he's got a good reason for each of them, but not for all of them. Does that make any sense? I know it's sort of like a little wordplay, but I can come up with good reasons why each one of those guys shouldn't be here. But I can't come up with a good reason why all 8 of them can't be. One of them's got to fit. One of them has to compromise. One of them you need to spend more or take a more of a risk because, unfortunately, in 10 years, we just haven't seen that. We just haven't seen the offensive line be good enough. So you've kind of put yourself into a corner where you got to do something outside your comfort zone. 866-979-3776. We're going down the list here. Let's try Chris in Wenatchee. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Awesome.
Awesome. Hey, so real quick, I know the hope is riding high. I've got some major hopes this year for the Mariners. I would love to see a great combination of tridents up and refuse to lose. You know, we got Edgar and Dan Wilson from that era. I think it would be an awesome combination for a run this year. But I'm also looking for a reality check. You guys went down to Peoria. You guys saw how these guys are playing. You saw JP swing and Mitch Garver swing and all these guys. What is your guys' professional opinion of how it looked down there? Are we putting our hopes in the wrong spot, or do you guys really, from what you saw, like, nope, there's some turnarounds down there. We're looking good. What's your guys' professional opinion?
Well, I said this while we were down there, Chris. I appreciate the phone call. It's impossible to be around a spring training site like that and not come away excited, optimistic. I mean, there's hope. That's what it should be, man. Other than the White Sox and maybe 1 or 2 other teams, at least 25 spring training sites should be filled with hope. At least. Maybe 26, 27. Should be filled with hope. Filled with optimism, filled with the possibility that this guy's doing this and this guy changed that and this coaching staff's going to do this and this new addition's going to do that. There's a ton of reasons for hope and excitement with these Mariners. Tons of them. Led by Julio and the promise of him finally delivering on all of his incredible talents. Led by the pitching staff, all 5 guys. Led by a bullpen that, when healthy, should be a lot nastier and with more leverage options than last year. And then, with the hope that Randy and Robles and an improved outfield over a full season matters, with some question marks in the infield. Led by Cal Raleigh, one of the better catchers, one of the better players in baseball. I know it's fashionable to get frustrated by the Mariners' lack of getting from good to great. I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm frustrated too. But I don't like when that ignores some of the parts that have made them really good. Because they have been good. They've been good for 4 or 5 years now. Right? They've been better than 500. They've been in that 85 to 90 win range, which is not good enough, but is good. And it's good because they've got some really good players. They've got a really good base. They got some reasons to be excited. Now, how are you going to deal with the fact that 3 of your 4 starting infielders are probably in spots they shouldn't be in every day? That's a challenge that you've got to handle. Right? So how do you deal with that? Why is Raley at first as often as he is? Is Dylan Moore really a second baseman? Is Polanco really a third baseman? Would you be better off with Dylan Moore at third, Polanco at second, and Raley in left field with Rowdy Tellez at first? Or Polanco at first? And Ryan Blitz at second base. I mean, there is definitely some funkiness there. All right, 866-979.
A little side note here before you move on. We could be seeing an end to the hostage situation, as it's been referred to in Pittsburgh, as Jerry Dulac of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette says Aaron Rodgers is at the Steelers facility today, an indication a deal with the team could be forthcoming.
Wow. I never thought we would see the end of such a proud institution. But here we go. The Pittsburgh Steelers are mortgaging their soul.
Have fun with that greener grass, DK.
Good luck. Good luck, buddy. Well, let's try Justin in Spokane. Good morning, Justin.
Good morning, Mike. Third-time caller. How you doing?
Third-time caller? All right. I mean, that's good. How'd the first 2 go?
Pretty well, yeah. Brock was on, so it's probably a little bit better than it'll go today.
Sounds good. That's funny. All right, what's up?
I feel like you and I are pretty similar in our personalities. How do you, this is in regards to the Root Sports package, by the way.
Yeah.
How do you just sit there and not tell people they're idiots, they're morons? Because nothing makes me more happy than telling someone they're wrong. What an awesome news day if you're a Mariners fan to have this. It's less than 75 cents a game to watch every game this season.
Yeah, it's a good deal, right? And at the end of the day, there's no downside here. Either you continue living your life the way you did, or you get a cheaper way of watching the Mariners. I don't see what the problem is. Either this is the same or it's better for everybody. There's nobody whose life is made worse by this.
Yeah, exactly. I was on X this morning. People were saying it's ridiculous and this franchise can do no right, but I think they're making strides. Even though the Nintendo patch on the away jerseys is horrendous.
Well, it may be, but it's also an opportunity for them to continue. These are all ways for teams looking for new revenue streams, right? Mariners aren't alone on that. Everybody's wearing some sort of patch now. So yeah, I don't care about the patch. That doesn't bother me. Get rid of the teal. Now we're talking. The teal bothers me more than the patch. Make the whole uniform a patch before you keep running out the teal. 866-979. Oh, Shonda's here. I've been waiting. Shonda, good morning. What's up?
Good morning, Mike. I know you guys have been talking a little bit about the DK thing, but kind of what I was alluding to last week was the fact that it seems as though the offense is not a place that players feel good about playing, and that is kind of, I guess, my concern is, DK kind of shed a little bit of light on not feeling like the offense was something that was going in a direction that he was wanting to be a part of, and a little bit surprising to hear that Tyler felt kind of the same way, and it kind of coincided with where he's at in his career and all of that kind of thing.
The flip side, though, hold on, Shonda. Let me jump in. First of all, thanks again for the call last week, and I hope we ended up using it for a whole conversation and topic this week, and threw a lot of credit your way. I love the question. Do you when you hear all of that from DK, and he is sort of saying, look, he kind of made it sound to me like that was new this past year under Ryan Grubb, that in the previous regime with Pete, et cetera, that he did feel comfortable. I think there's no doubt that the offensive crew did not really like Ryan Grubb, which is why he's not here. But why then would they all need to leave afterwards because of it if he wasn't going to be back anyway? There's going to be a new offensive coordinator.
So I'm of the opinion that it wasn't just Ryan Grubb. I think that I'm of the opinion that was like the last thing that kind of blew everything up. I kind of feel like I could imagine the frustration going through so many offensive coordinators, even with Pete. And if you go back and listen to John talk after the Sam Darnold press conference, when he talked about DK, he said, DK's had some personal things that he's been talking to us about for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not of the thought that it was just Ryan Grubb. I think that was probably the last straw, but I feel like there was frustration through Shane Waldron, through Schottenheimer, and just not getting an offense that you can feel comfortable in, that this is how we have success. This is things that we're good at. These are things maybe we're not good at, but this is our offense.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're going on 15 years, 16 years here that the Seahawks have had a defensive-minded head coach. So Can that play a role? Absolutely. Right? I mean, is that part of it? Sure, I could see that. They've had a defensive-minded head coach for a while, and I think you'd look at it and say they've not had A-plus offensive coordinators. Some have been better than others, but is there any offensive coordinator, at least in the 16 years that this station has been in existence, can you think of one offensive coordinator that you would give an A-plus to? No.
And then there was also always some talk of is Pete then going in and adding his own flair to what he wants them to do, and then it gets confusing. So maybe we have to give McDonald. Obviously, Grubb was not the right choice. That did not work out. They did that kind of quickly. Maybe we have to give McDonald a little time here to see if he can get what he really wants going on the offense.
They haven't had any offensive coordinator that's immediately been snatched up to be a head coach somewhere else. Darrell Bevell got some interviews. Brian Schottenheimer is now going to get that chance in Dallas a couple years afterwards. Shane Waldron got run, after half a year in Chicago after. We just haven't, Ryan Grubb done after a year back in college. There hasn't really been anybody that has immediately been started interviewing for, big time jobs because they've been so good at being an offensive coordinator. So could that have played a role? Sure. Again, I think Shauna's pretty smart. I think she has some really good questions there. Let me try Ian, who's in Capitol Hill. What's up, Ian? Good morning.
What's up, Salk? Happy Friday. How are you?
You too, buddy.
Hey, thank you. Hey, quick question. So I know we're all kind of frustrated with that the M's didn't go and get that big bat, but I'm kind of stubborn and old school, and I like the fact that the M's might be shifting back to more of a small ball approach. What are the chances do you think we lead the league in steals this year?
I think they could potentially do that. I mean, look, they're going to be aggressive, and Robles can run, Dylan Moore can run, Julio can run, Randy can run, Bliss can run. I mean, that's 5 guys kind of off the top of my head. Rayleigh can run, especially for the position. That's 5-6 guys that are going to be in and out of the lineup, but in most nights that can all run. So do I think they're going to steal a lot of bases? Yes, I do. I feel pretty confident in that. And I like that. I mean, I think that's what they've wanted to do for a while. They just haven't necessarily had the personnel to do it. So do I think they're going to steal bags? Yes. Am I in favor of that? Yes. Lyle, how do you feel? I know you start, I could feel you from the other room getting upset and tensing up as he was talking about small ball. How do you feel about stealing bases? Where are you on steals?
Better than bunting.
I know that.
Oh.
Where are you on stolen bases?
I hate running into outs, but when guys are good at it, you let them do it. Victor Robles is really good at it, for example. So.
Most of the guys they have that can run are actually pretty good base stealers. They don't have a lot of guys that are bad base stealers, even though they're fast. They actually have mostly guys that are pretty good, especially in terms of their percentages. So I do think they're going to run a lot. I do think they're going to try to pressurize the opponent that way. I do think that the risk of stealing second is a lot better than the risk of bunting a guy to second, because in the bunt scenario, you're trying to give up an out. At least in the steal situation, you're just trying to pressurize the opponent. You're not trying to give up an out to get the base. You're just trying to get the base.
Yeah, in that regard, you can sign me all the way up for that. If I have to pick between the two for how to get the guy to second, steal all day long.
Absolutely. And you've got a lot of guys now on the roster to do it. Yeah, I think they may come close. They may lead the league in steals. We'll see whether that is, again, enough in this ballpark to put enough pressure on pitching to score more runs than they have, to have more innings. Again, the goal, I think, is have more innings where you score one run, even if you have fewer innings where you score multiple runs. But if you put together enough innings where you score a run, you'll lead to more runs over the course of the game and more over the course of the season, which is what they need. All right, one or two left. Let me try Benjamin, also in Chicago. We're big in Chicago today, obviously. What's up, Ben? Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Nice to speak to you. I never spoke before here.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
What do you think about Robles this upcoming year?
Well, I'll tell you, go back to 8 o'clock. He was our number 5 most intriguing Mariner today and spent a good 10 minutes straight talking about Victor Robles and what to expect. What do I expect from Robles? Okay. I don't expect what he did last year. I think that's unfair. It's unfair to him. It's unfair to everybody. I expect Victor Robles to get on base 37% of the time. Is that fair? It was almost 40% of the time last year. Is a 370 on base percentage fair for Victor Robles? That's what they need. They need him to get on base at the top of the lineup and then run like hell. If he can do that, he'll be a tremendous asset. Play good defense, bring energy to the team. Just give me a 370 on base percentage. Can he do that? Can he do 370? Is that too much to ask? Am I going too far? That's all I want. That is the number one thing I want from Victor Robles this year. I think that's the last call we have time for. We're going to have to go. It's sad. Great calls today. Great calls today. How many times in Robles' career has he gotten to a 370 on base percentage? Not many. Very few, actually. Maybe that's too much to ask for. Last year was a little out of control with the 390. How about 340? He's a 320 career on base percentage guy.
What about a 110 WRC plus or OPS plus?
I want him on base. I don't care about the power element of it. I just want the guy on base.
Well, you are getting on base if you do that.
I know, but just looking at the on base. That's what I want. I want him on base. Just be on base. Be on base a bunch. I think it'll be a good year. All right, we got to go. Have a great weekend, everyone. Bump and Stacy coming up next. We'll talk to you guys Monday morning, 6 a.m. It'll be opening week, which is pretty cool. And until then, the hay is in the barn. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What do you love about the Uchenna Nwosu signing?
I just love that he gave the team a team-friendly deal. And let's not forget, when he's healthy, my man had 10 sacks, right? He played over 900 snaps for the Seahawks that year. He was healthy, only 12 games after that. But when he is healthy, he's volleying on the edge. You can run some stunts with him and DeMarcus or whoever else is in there. This is a great signing. You need his leadership, his intensity. It's going to be nice.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name. It's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is The Lee Johnson Auto family.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, dream engagement rings are our specialty. We have the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds, hand-picked in every price range, ready to compare side by side. Shop online at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's with limited time savings on the supplies pros need. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save an additional $100 on every $1,000 you spend on select major appliances. And don't miss your chance to activate and earn 3 times the points on select DeWalt and Klein tools. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid to 3/28. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for more details on qualifying items.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.